Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday Night Speedrunning here on the Nick RP stream. We're starting a little late today. It's been a little bit late getting stuff sorted tonight, so my apologies for that. But we are now ready to go, so I hope you're excited. I hope you're ready, because we're preparing for Hotfix on Saturday. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday Night Speedrunning. Hello. I hope everyone is good. I hope you're all great. Having... Okay. Hello, JN. Hello, Rorschach. Thank you very much for hanging in there. Apologies that we're starting so late. Just it's very busy for me at the moment. I am busy all over the frickin' place right now. So last weekend just gone, it was I'm just gonna turn the game capture down just slightly. Oh, I alt tabbed out, and that I alt tabbed out, and that was enough to move it onto the main menu. That's fine. Yeah, so weekend just gone was Saving Sarah, which was a speedrun event that I was the tech lead for. Raised over $3,000 to support Doodleplex, who was going through some financial problems and was going to lose her home. So fantastic that the community came together to help her out. And yeah, it was the first time Speedrun Tours UK had been used with a custom layout, which was tricky, but we got there in the end. It wasn't without its issues. I made, as far as the layouts are concerned, I made one major error with them. There was a 3-player race at one point, and the 3 streams didn't the webcam and the 2 of the webcams and the games were the wrong way around, so a webcam was pointing to the wrong game. That was the only thing I got wrong, and that wasn't even in Node CG. That was an OBS issue because of the way I'd done it. So that was a bit funky. But apart from that, it was the event went really well. It was also the first time Speedrun Tours UK had used this some new tech that I built into it, where the audio streams now go on and offline rather than muting them. Where if you mute the audio, you can't do anything with it at all. It now stops it from going on air. Takes it on and off air, so you can still hear it and you can still balance it and you can still do stuff with it, but the stream can't hear it, only you can hear it. It's something that's built into OBS, but the average person doesn't really do much with that, and it's not a really easy toggle to use, so I turned it into a really easy toggle to use, and it's worked fantastically. So I'm really looking forward to using it again in November for Preventathon 6. Preventathon 6, the schedule was revealed. I think we've already had a stream since then. I can't remember because I can't remember when that was revealed. I think that was the previous weekend. But I'm running on Metal 80% Hard with a donation incentive to upgrade to all achievements. So for next week, we will be practicing on Metal again. It's going to be good to go back to on Metal. I'm looking forward to it. And then outside of all of that, last week I was at an award show with work. This week, I'm at an award show with work. I'm at an award show on Thursday, so there is no stream this Thursday. There may be a stream on Friday instead. I don't know yet, because on top of all of that, we are currently in the middle. I say in the middle, we're about at the tail end of decorating mine and Heidi's bedroom, because our bed keeps collapsing. Our bed kept collapsing. I was about to say keeps collapsing. Our bed's gone. Our bed kept collapsing because it was secondhand. It was old. Some of the joints had like come away, and so it was really easy for the middle of the bed to just sort of give way, and then the whole thing sort of collapse inwards. And so we've decided to buy a new bed. But I'd always said if we were going to buy a new bed, then at the same time, let's decorate the bedroom and do the carpet. Because our bedroom at the moment is hard floor. It's laminate. I suppose you call it laminated flooring. Loads of the house was laminated. So Alex's bedroom was laminated flooring. Our living room was laminated flooring. And our bedroom's laminated flooring. This room that I'm in right now, the spare bedroom, this has always been carpet. So we've already put carpet down in our living room and in Alex's room, and now we're putting carpet down in our room. So this weekend on Saturday, I've got carpenters coming to put carpet down, and IKEA is delivering a new bed. So I said, look, rather than us do each bit by bit, so we get a bed and we have to put it together, and then we have to take the bed out so that we can decorate, and then we have to put the bed back in, and then we have to take the bed out if we want carpet. I said, let's just get it all done in one go. Now is not the ideal time for this with everything else going on, but we've managed to make it work. My father-in-law's been over the last couple of days. He's been fantastic, as he always is, with them helping us decorate and put up wallpaper and all of that. So yeah, the room looks great. There's just a couple of little bits still left to do, a couple of bits of paint here and there, but apart from that, the room's pretty much finished. But until Saturday, Heidi and I are sleeping on a mattress on the floor, which I don't mind. I've done this before, and when I first moved into this house, it's what I was doing, and now I'm doing it again, so it doesn't really bother me that much. But yeah, just sort of in amongst everything that's going on. I've got back-to-back weeks of award shows. Heidi's got stuff going on with work. I had Hotfix last weekend, as well as Saving Sarah. I've got Hotfix this weekend. Technically, I should have Hotfix on Thursday, but unfortunately, because I'm at this award show, I can't. My next Hotfix show. So if you don't know, I'm a Hotfix showrunner now. Friday just gone was my second episode of Fast Travel, where we travel around the world and highlight speedrunners and speedruns from different areas around the world. Episode 1 was a couple of weeks ago. We came to the UK. We had 3 British speedrunners, all running British developed games. I'm just going to move on to options so that we don't have the music just going on in the background. And then Friday just gone, we went to the Netherlands. We had 2 Dutch speedrunners, Rico and Blastermac, running 2 Dutch developed games. Rico ran A2 Races 2, which was really fun, really silly racing game where we raced around Amsterdam, so it was like ideal location. And then Blastermac, along with two commentators, did a run of Horizon Forbidden West, and it is easily one of the best live speedruns I've seen. Certainly one of the best live speedruns that I've had the opportunity to host or be part of. It was absolutely fantastic from start to finish. It's a beautiful game. It's encouraged me to finally play the Horizon games. I've got Horizon Zero Dawn installed on my PC. I've had it installed on my PC for over 2 years, and I've never touched it. But it has definitely encouraged me to give it a go, because it was a beautiful game. It was fantastic. It PB'd. It was a fantastic speed run. And yeah, just an incredible experience. I was so pleased with it. So my next episode of Fast Travel should be next Friday. However, next Friday is, I want to say, GDQ Express, whether at PAX. It could be GD Queer. I'm pretty sure it's hey Sanjay, I'm pretty sure it's GDQ Express next weekend. So whenever there's a big event on like that, the Friday runs get moved usually to a Thursday, and it may be that they move around a week as well, and that's what's happened to Fast Travel next weekend. So instead of Fast Travel being next Friday, it's supposed to be this Thursday instead. Unfortunately, as I said, I'm at this award show, so when they moved it and said, this is the date it's going to be, I said, unfortunately, I can't do that, because I'm kind of contractually obligated to run them on my original time slot. If something does come up, I'm of course allowed to say, I can't do it. Can we get a guest in to host it and all of that? It happens. Everyone does. But yeah, they were like, yep, not a problem. We know there's been a lot of movement. We know not everyone's always available, so it's absolutely fine. So Church is going to be running a special event. They have got a game already confirmed. I can't remember off the top of my... I want to say Alien Isolation, but I can't remember what exactly it is. So yes, Church will be running a special event this Thursday night instead. So I actually get a big break for Fast Travel, because next weekend has been moved to this Thursday because of GDQX. The following week would be my week off anyway. Then The following weekend, my event, mine has been moved again to the following Thursday, because it's GD Queer, which is a weekend-long event highlighting and showcasing runners from the LGBTQ plus community. As I say, called GD Queer. Absolutely fantastic idea for an event. I wish them all the best of luck. Obviously, I'm not really a part of it because I'm not LGBTQ plus. And I've got so much other stuff on. I think that weekend I'm not doing anything. In fact, no, I think that weekend is, yeah, I'm pretty sure that weekend is Halloween weekend, and Heidi and I are going into London. My parents are coming down to look after Alex. We're going into London because there's a sort of late birthday present, early Christmas present. Early Christmas present. Heidi has got us both tickets to see Metal Gear in concert. There's a Metal Gear Solid concert going on. I believe it's at the Royal Albert Hall. Where it's a matinee that we're seeing. And yeah, it's live Metal Gear music. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait. It's going to be so good. So yeah, that weekend I'm already busy anyway. So it kind of works out for me that it's not then. So I think it's it's either the first or second Friday of November that I think it's the first Friday of November. It's my next episode of Fast Travel. I haven't got a destination for it yet. We're working on it. But anyway, we should probably get on with the stream because I'm already I was already 20 minutes late. Now we're half an hour in. So let's hit flippy flop on over. But of course, I haven't actually said the other thing about Hotfix, which is kind of important for what we're streaming. So this weekend coming up, I might not be able to do my own Hotfix show, but I can do another Hotfix show. So weekends on Hotfix are reserved for special events, and this weekend Jiffy is back with another Oops All, which is an event where it's supposed to be the take on Oops All raisins. I can't remember. We talked about this last stream and I can't remember what it was. The breakfast cereal where it's Oops All cinnamon crunch, whatever it is. This time round they are doing Oops All Metal Gear. So on Saturday I will be running Metal Gear Solid any percent extreme, which is what we're going to be practicing today, and then on Sunday I'm going to be commentating the Metal Gear Solid 3 race, the Snake Eater, Metal Gear Solid 3, not Metal Gear Solid Delta. Metal Gear Solid Delta is being ran on Saturdays. It will be Delta's debut at a GDQ event. It is being ran on Saturday, but on Sunday there is a race of Metal Gear Solid 3 any percent European Extreme between Delfino Plaza and Callista Rain. I alongside Vermilion are going to be commentating it, which I'm so looking forward to. I love Metal Gear Solid 3. The two of them are both fantastic runners. They're far better MGS3 runners than I am. So I can't wait to see that race and be able to commentate it on GDQ. It's going to be so good. So yeah, make sure you tune into those. There is a link if you're watching on YouTube. There is a link in the description for the schedule, so you can find out exactly when those runs are going to be in your own time zone. If you're on Twitch, tough shit. I didn't do anything. If you're on Twitch, it is in the go live notification. Yeah, I haven't set anything up for it to go and find it. I haven't set like a chat command because I didn't write anything in. But yeah, it's on Hotfix on Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be great. So yeah, before we get started, I've got a bottle of water I'm going to open. So yeah, it's all happening. It's very, very busy at the moment. To be honest, the biggest thing was this event saving Sarah over the weekend. Took up a lot of my time over the last couple of weeks. So I am kind of glad that that's now out of the way. Apparently I'm very, very thirsty. So yeah, and then of course the other thing after all of that is Preventathon 6, which I am on tech staff for. I've got quite a bit of bug fixing to do with Speedrun Tours UK, which is what preventable uses. So yeah, there's I've still got lots of work to do, but it's not quite, the timeline's not quite as hectic now. Yeah, once this week's out of the way, I'll be quite pleased. Because obviously I'm not going to be able to sleep in a bed properly until Saturday night, and obviously hopefully by the end of Saturday our room will be fully done. It was such a horrible time to put this in the middle of it, but we kind of had to. As I said, our bed kept collapsing. I kept putting it back together, and we were just going to work around the bed. And then on Sunday evening, when my father-in-law got here, we got started with some stuff, doing a little bit of like touching up a paint and just sort of the starting bits. And we moved the bed to more central in the room so we could get at all the walls. And of course that shifted the legs in the center underneath. And at one point I just leant on the bed to reach over and grab something we put on, and the whole thing just went. Like every single wooden slat underneath just fell out, the whole thing. And we were just like, there is no point. We are getting a new bed next week. There is no point in putting this thing back together. It's just going to be in the way. It's going to keep collapsing because we're going to keep moving it around. So I went to Heidi and I said, do you mind if we just sleep on a mattress on the floor? And she was like, okay. So that's what we're doing. All right, who wants to see some Metal Gear Solid?
Start!
Yay, we got notifications. So I have been doing a little bit of practice off stream. I did get a new PB. You can see it on screen. 106.32 is now my any percent console extreme PB. Still not great. Still lots of time that could be shaved. Still not deathless. With things like I don't know why I'm grabbing that. I don't need it. With things like Boba Skip, and stuff like that, stuff gets in the way, and this run, the main thing about this run is that big boss rank, or doing it perfectly, is not guaranteed in the slightest. There is no way you can start a run of any percent extreme and immediately go, this is going to work, because there's too much RNG at play. The weapon glitch isn't RNG, but in a way it almost is, because like you have to make an input on an exact frame. Now if you're good and you've practiced it a lot, it shouldn't be a problem. Occasionally it can go a bit awry, but then of course the big one's the Boba Skip, and you can only afford to try the Boba Skip a couple of times before you start running out of health for everything else later on. It really is, you get 2 attempts. If it fails, you need to take a death, because otherwise you can't complete the run. So yeah, I just, not only have I not had that run where everything has just gone correctly for me, I also have made mistakes elsewhere, which have caused problems. So I'm still kind of waiting for that perfect storm of everything. It's not that everything has to be perfect. It's not that everything has to go great and I don't have any problems whatsoever. It's just I haven't had that. Basically, I haven't had a deathless run. I haven't had a big boss run yet. Because actually, in the grand scheme of things, for this run, big bosses kind of a given. A little bit. Hello, Mr. Solidus. No alert farming, because this is extreme. You can alert farm in extreme. There's nothing stopping you from alert farming in extreme. It's just if you're going for big boss rank, which is what I am trying to aim for on the side, you can't alert farm. You're only allowed 4 alerts for big boss rank. In a casual playthrough of the game, all 4 of those alerts are mandatory. They come at story given times. There's nothing you can do to stop them. In an any percent run, we skip one of them, which is the guard rush in the prison cell. When the DARPA chief's just died, you first meet Merrill and you kill all the guards in the cell. That alert is skipped in any percent, so we get 1 free alert on a big boss run of any percent. If you're doing all bosses, you can't get any alerts. You get no free alerts on all bosses, because you have to go for them. the actual most optimal alert to take as your free one is here. Running and grab it, just running through the lights straight away. This is in a like the world record. That is the free alert that you take because it stops you from having to stop for that camera and stuff. But I prefer to play it safe. It's not a huge time loss. That's the other. So JN points out, we said Boba Skip. You only have a couple of chances to get it right. You've also got the Palki, or in this case, because it's extreme and it's big boss rank, the rat. The rat can be in several different locations. I think there's 3 proper locations the rat can be in, and it's complete RNG which one you get. I've had some where the rat has been in a good place. I've had some where it hasn't. I think this PB it was God Rat. But yeah, it's there are no guarantees with a Metal Gear Solid 1 run. There's so much RNG in it. I think that's one of the things that makes it a bit more interesting and a bit more different from other runs in the game. It does mean that any percent in particular gets very grindy. If you're aiming for a PB or if you're aiming for world record, and I've grinded any percent for world record and not had it, and it's horrible.
What was that noise?
And unfortunately, there's also this room, which I continually fuck up. So that's big boss rank already gone. The advantage of that, though, is that the guards will not get in your way on the second journey over. Oh, and now I get the fast elevator, which I really could have done. A grinding game shouldn't be allowed. Yeah, any percent can get very, very grindy. Because if you're really good at the game, and particularly when I was grinding it, it was for very easy and easy. It wasn't for extreme. And also it was on the PC version, which is a hell of a lot easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, a bit too high up. So yeah, when I was grinding for it, I was grinding easy and very easy rather than extreme. I was also grinding the PC version, which is a hell of a lot easier. And yeah, the problem with, particularly on the PC version, there's not much to the run. It really is down to, do you get Boba Skip first try? Do you get a good PAL key? How does Liquid go? And that's it. And that's all you're grinding. You're spending 30 minutes at a time just grinding to see if those 3 things line up. And if any one of those 3 things doesn't line up...
I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east.
Welcome, Cosmic. If any one of those 3 things doesn't line up, your run is dead, and that's it. And it's apart from Liquid, which is like Liquid is 100% in your control. It's just a bit of a pain. The other 2 things are completely outside of your control, and there's nothing you can do about it. So yeah, if you're grinding for world record in MGS1 any percent, then you're just basically you're just at the will of the game. And it can get very, very annoying and and that's why I gave up. I stopped running Metal Gear Solid 1 for quite some time because I just got to that point. I was just like, I really, really don't want to do this anymore. This is so annoying. I think one of the straws for me came when I did get world record in very easy, and then I had it taken away from me within I think 24 hours. I was like, okay, I spent like a week solid trying to get this world record, and then it's gone in 24 hours. I'm not doing it again. So yeah, it's a very, very good speed run. It's a very good speed run to get into speedrunning. I should know this is how I finally probably got into speedrunning. But if you wanna be really successful at it, it can be a big grind. There are a lot more interesting runs in the series for me.
You win.
Like Metal Gear Solid 3 and Delta. Which, yeah, we're going to take a bit of a break from Delta now. What I don't know, I've said in the past that what we'll probably do with Preventathon is we'll do Unmetal on a Thursday or a Tuesday, and we'll do Metal Gear Solid 3, well, Metal Gear Solid Delta on the other day. But that Unmetal run is not far away, and I need to practice any % hard and all achievements. Now, any % hard's not too bad. I can pretty much pick back up in Unmetal without any problems. You know, I know the game like the back of my hand. It is the game that I am the best at. It's my best speedrun, and I am the best Unmetal speedrunner. So any %'s not too bad. All achievements is a little bit more tricky because there's a lot more going on, and I didn't spend as much time with all achievements as I did with any %. Because you got to remember, with any %, I did that in easy, normal, and hard. Now, normal, I think I've only maybe done 2 runs of normal, and that was about it. Or medium, I think it's called, not normal. Nobody cares about medium. So yeah, I think I did like 2 runs of medium just to get it done, and that was it. But I spent a lot of time doing any % easy. I spent a lot of time doing any % hard. I've showcased both of them at multiple marathons. I showcased Unmetal any % hard for a GDQ, hotfix. Never made it to the main stage or any other event, just hotfix, but that's fine. And so, you know, so any % I'm kind of fine with. I did loads. I have showcased all achievements, but I think I only ever showcased it once. I think I showcased it for Complete-a-thon, and that was it. I don't think I ever did all achievements for anything else. So yeah, it's going to take a little bit of doing to get back into all achievements. So I'll do what I usually do, is I'll spend 1 stream getting back into any %, and then the rest of it all achievements. So I need to have a look at the calendar and actually see how many streams have I got until Preventathon. Because Preventathon is the first full week of November. First full weekend of November. So it's not the first weekend of November, because I believe the 1st of November is a Saturday, if I recall correctly. Oh, there we go. I'm already off. I'm already off big boss rank anyway, so I might as well. It doesn't matter that I got another alert. I was like, no, I've got too many alerts now. But as I say, I've already failed big boss, so it doesn't matter. So yeah, I need to have a look and see how many streams I've got left, because as I said, there's no stream this Thursday. I might stream on Friday as long as everything with decorating my bedroom is done, because Saturday the carpet and the bed are coming, so it's kind of got to be done, or the bits that have to be done for that have to be done. There's other bits that could happen later. So if that's not done by Friday, then I can't stream on Friday. I've got to do that, but I'm hoping I'll have time. I've got tomorrow night, and I'll have. Oh crap! Might as well take a death at this point. Not fair. Just not properly thinking about what I'm doing. I'm too busy yapping about unrelated things. Issue 1. Back out. Run. Wait this time. Go now. I have double checked and made sure I now have this on my phone, and I've got it on my Vita so that I can practice. Probably going to try, because obviously I'm away with work from Thursday through to Friday. I've got stuns. There is a stun grenade method with that room, I believe, in Extreme. But I don't do it because A, I don't want to use the alert. Again, if we weren't going for big boss rank, the alert wouldn't matter. But I would like to try and get big boss rank in this as well. But also, I kind of want to save the stuns for later on, mainly Boba Skip. But the stuns are useful for other stuff as well. I mean, if all else fails, stun grenades can be the one thing that you carry around to make sure that Snake can still run at weapon holding speed. Although I do have one spare chaff grenade because I didn't need to use one in the tank hangar. Worth noting, even with all the deaths and stuff I've had, I'm pretty sure I could still PB this run. That just sort of shows you how bad my runs, my PB still is at this time. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, stuns have an interesting interaction with doors. It's how we do the stun grenade in the blast furnace. If a stun grenade explodes behind a closed door, then everyone still gets stunned, but you don't get the alert. Suffice to say, I have not. If anyone who was here on last week's stream will know that we were looking at getting through barriers in Comms Tower B without needing the weapon glitch. I've not looked any further into that. Pazzo joined us at one point during that stream and basically confirmed that it's a known bug with running the game on PS2. Don't know if it was necessarily running on emulated copy on PS2 rather than a retail disc version, but oh, it has to deload the room. Ah, okay. That I didn't know. I didn't know that that's how it works. Hey, Enzio. Ew. Yeah, that's kind of what's going on in my life at the moment. How's everybody else doing? What are you all up to? Yeah, looking at my time, I'm only about a minute behind. Oh, cool. This is what I'm more known for. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I hope you've enjoyed it. No, I haven't speedrun Vice City in ages. I think it's one that I kind of like. I was done with. I was like, yeah, I probably won't go back to Vice City now. All right, come on, Boba Skip. Please be nice. First try, please. First try would be lovely. Yay! First try! I am living the best life ever because I beat the video game. I am living the best life ever because I am out of the stairwell of shame. I am the best at video games. And as I've already said, I could PB because I'm now back on PB pace. Because my current PB, I'm pretty sure I took a death at Boba Skip because it didn't work. Alright, on to the next kind of awkward bit of the run, which is the weapon glitch. can only afford to attempt the weapon glitch twice. And it's that kind of goes hand in hand with Boba Skip. If Boba Skip takes you 2 attempts, you kind of only have 1 attempt at a weapon glitch, which is kind of why I don't think that's strictly true. I think you could. Nice first try. I think you could. I think you probably could attempt both twice, and you'd be just fine. Oh, France is like having a complete meltdown, aren't they? I've done this right. I softlocked my game a couple of times recently. Because I'm just slightly too late on. And that's it. I think you just now stay here forever. There's nothing you can do. Yeah. So this is, yeah. We go into this cutscene and we have no stinger. We don't have the stinger, and the game's like, what? This cutscene started, but now Snake doesn't have the stinger. What's going on? The only thing you can do is reset. This isn't a glitch. This is a very well-known softlock. Yeah, I let that chaff grenade explode in my hand just slightly too late. It's a really tricky spot, that one, because you don't want to let it explode too early because you want that chaff grenade to allow you to get past the first camera as you go up, but you don't want it to explode too late because otherwise you either run into the cutscene and softlock because you still have the stinger, but you have no stinger ammo, so you can't beat the hind D, or you softlock because it does explode and you run forwards and you have no stinger, so it kind of, yeah, it screws up the cutscene like I just did there. So I'll make sure I don't do that on Saturday. It is one of the nasty things about Metal Gear Solid 1 speedrunning. Every single run has some sort of very easy softlock. If you're not careful. I think because I reset, I still need to do that. Yes, I do. Right, let's try again. So in this, it's this. In the PC version, it's not even a softlock in the PC version. In the PC version, it's easy to just make the game crash. If you go into a prone position whilst falling, the game just crashes straight up. Could also do that. That's also true. So here in the docks, there's actually no need to try and just avoid the guards and do this. We can just kill them. Because we're allowed 25, I want to say 25 kills throughout the entire run. I'm not even gonna kill that guard. We don't need to. It's either 20 or 25. I can never bloody remember. So because of that, we can kill that guard, and I don't have to worry about knocking and stuff. We can just take a break. So the only thing with this run on Saturday, like, there's so much just chill time in this run that when nothing happens and you're just waiting. So we're gonna be chatting a lot. I have got Metal Gear Solid and El Paso joining me for commentary on Saturday. So yeah, we're gonna have some really nice chats about Metal Gear Solid 1 and all of the other Metal Gear games. Off the top of my head, if I remember correctly, it is Metal Gear Solid The Phantom Pain run by Metal Gear Solid, then me running this, then I'm not going to be able to remember every person who's running everything or the correct order of everything, so I'll just keep going as best I can. Then I believe it's Peace Walker co-op ran by Pythonicus and someone. I don't know if Ground Zeroes is on the docket. Sorry, before Peace Walker, it's Delta, Any% European Extreme by Joseph Joestar. Then it's and then Saturday ends with Peace Walker. Is it Schmuckle? No, I don't think it is Schmuckle. And then yeah, because if I recall correctly, Schmuckle was approached about doing a run, but didn't want to. Then Sunday is my run. I can't remember. It's something like 8 p.m. UK time or 9 p.m. I can't remember. If you look for the GDQ Hotfix schedule, you'll be able to find it in your own local time zone. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link in the description. Then at some point, someone's running Metal Gear, but I can't remember who, and I can't remember when. I know Sunday. I'm pretty sure Sunday opens with Metal Gear 2. I'm going the wrong way. I came into this vent and turned left. This vent doesn't go anywhere if you go left. Oh god, we've gone into the cutscene of the two guards.
Unloaded?
Yeah, but there was a problem.
What is it?
The security on the door was broken.
So the door is still open.
I just went the wrong way. I just completely went the wrong way. Just again, I'm just not thinking, and I just decided to go the wrong way. Excuse me a second.
Reset.
Luckily we weren't that far in, so we can just start again. So yeah, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake.
What the hell are you doing?
I ask myself that every day. I will eventually do a play. At some point, you will see the end of this game. This is not good considering I've got a run on Saturday.
Start.
I'm pretty sure Sunday starts with Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake being ranked by, I want to say, Totsi Gaming. Then I believe it's Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance by House Test. Then it's Metal Gear Solid Mobile, also by House Test. House has got 2 runs. Then I believe it's the Metal Gear Solid 3 race between Delfino Plaza and Valeria-chan, which I'm commentating. And then I think we finish with Metal Gear Solid 4 run by Sergeant Silent. It's like somewhere in the middle of all of that is Metal Gear, but I can't remember where and by who. I don't think Ground Zeroes is being run. I don't think any of the spin-offs are being run, so I don't think there's no Rising Revengeance, there's no Snake's Revenge, there's no Survive. Like, so Survive only has like 3 speedrunners anyway. I should know I'm one of them. One day Survive speedruns will end because the Konami will take the servers down, and unless Konami takes the servers down and gives us a way to play the game offline, that's the only reason. Like, I never wanted to submit Survive to any events, because if I went to an event with Survive, particularly like GDQ, I took Survive to GDQ, and then during the time my run's supposed to be on, Konami took the servers down for maintenance. We're fucked. There's nothing you can do. That's it, folks. Run's dead. I think if that was the case, you would just have to have a backup run. You just have to be like, Okay, so you're accepting Survive, but on the very, very slim chance that Konami decides to take it offline, either for maintenance or they actually shut it down, I've got a backup run to do instead. I'm not sure what run I'd pick, because Metal Gear Survive is like, for me, doing bad ending Metal Gear Survive was like 2 hours and 15 Konami softlock, excuse me. Oh, I hiccuped in the middle of that. For me, Survive was like 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I don't know what I'd replace that with. I can't think of another Metal Gear. I can't think of another Metal Gear run that is that long on its own. Like, Phantom Pain's not even that long. Peace Walker? Peace Walker's probably about that long. I do recall there's no portable ops, there's no portable ops plus, there's no Acid or Acid 2, because again, nobody speedrun those. Sorry, Plywood, nobody speedrun speedruns. I'm joking, there are a couple of people who have speedrun Acid 2. MGS4 is the close. MGS4 run by Sergeant Silent is the final run of the event, which makes that it's good. I think it's good that they're closing with MGS4, because MGS4, no matter where you are in the series or like what order you want to play the games in, whatever, MGS4 is the end. Yes, I know Rising Revengeance takes place after MGS4, but it is the end. 1 p.m. Eastern US for Glenn to be sometime. Yes, 10 past 8 sounds about right. Because I'm pretty sure it's around 9 p.m. for the MGS3 race the following day. It's kind of crazy to think there's still so many games in that lineup, but I still haven't speedrun. I've always said that my intention is to learn every single Metal Gear. And I haven't. I'm still nowhere near that goal. Right, let's see if I can get through this.
What was that noise?
Why? Okay, still behind. Obviously behind, and I've taken damage. The damage doesn't matter. We're going to get it back in the cell. And because we get one free alert, we are actually still on big boss pace. As long as I don't now get another unwarranted alert. 1, 2, 3, 6, 2, 2, 3, 6. And in. Cool. Which Metal Gear do you think would be the most difficult to speedrun? What's the most difficult Metal Gear? I mean, obviously every Metal Gear has different difficulty levels, so obviously it gets harder as you sort of move along. So I'm just going to I'm going to judge this just based on just the game as itself. You know, which game, no matter what difficulty you run, what's the hardest game? The hardest Metal Gear that I currently run and have learnt is Metal Gear Ghost Babel. Ghost Babel is really difficult because it's really long and there's a lot to remember. I'm not sure. I can't really say much about like Peace Walker or Portable Ops and Acid. Acid 2 is probably quite difficult. And nobody cares. I'm not even going to talk about Acid 1. Nobody's going to speedrun Acid 1, because if you want to speedrun Acid 1, just speedrun Acid 2, because Acid 2 is far better. Acid and Acid 2 are very difficult because they're both RNG. Plywood and I want to say Copper Tank, did a huge exploration. I think it was either last year or the year before, where they like properly deep dived into acids to try and work out like RNG manipulations and stuff like that, and came up with nothing. They came up with a route. They came up with a route and a deck, and how the run has been devised, but there is no RNG manipulation whatsoever. You are completely at the mercy of the cards in Acid. So Acid, deep dive into Acid does not sound fun or safe. So yeah, Acid. The only thing is, I don't actually know if Acid is particularly difficult as a result. There's a lot going on, and you have to be able to think on the fly because you have to, you have to be able to deal with whatever cards you get. But it might actually be that the route is relatively simple. There's no, you've got a lot of time to play with. Obviously, you still want to act quickly, but it's not like it's intense. It's a card game. It's not intense skill that you need. It's more the skill isn't about your execution. The skill is about your thinking, how you act on the fly, your strategy. The skill is in your strategy. The skill is not in your execution. But it's a very long run. You'd still be a lot to learn. As far as sort of pure skill execution goes, probably Rising. Rising is very skill intensive as a speed run. There's loads of tricks and skips and stuff that are very skill intensive on most difficulty levels as well. So and I know from experience of just playing it casually and watching some of the speedruns, Snake's Revenge is actually quite difficult. One of the main problems with Snake's Revenge is you need a certain number of rations towards the start of the game to be able to actually complete the speedrun. And it is, again, RNG, so whether you get those rations or not. If you don't get them, your run's done and you have to start over. So yeah, in my own experience of the speedruns I have done, I would say Ghost Babel is the most difficult. It has some rather annoying and difficult tricks, and it's a very, very long game, so there's a lot to remember. And because of its 2D nature, and a lot of rooms looking very similar, it's not very easy to differentiate things. It's sometimes very easy to get lost. So if you've never seen a Metal Gear Ghost Babel run, I'd highly recommend it. It's very, very interesting. But if you've never played Metal Gear Ghost Babel, I would also highly recommend doing that first. Ghost Babel is fantastic. It's easily one of the best Game Boy Color games out there. Outside of those few examples, the Metal Gear series is pretty piss easy to get into speedrunning wise. Especially this one.
Wait.
So I highly recommend Ghost Babel. In some territories, like the UK and Europe, for example, it's just called Metal Gear Solid. It's not called Ghost Babel. In fact, I don't think it's called Ghost Babel in America either. Pretty sure in the US it's just called Metal Gear Solid. It was. There is so much packed into a Game Boy cartridge. Ghost Acid. That'd be horrible. I have always said I would like to learn Acid 2 at some point. I'm thinking of like casual games to play like on the go, because I play a lot of games on my phone or on my Vita. I've been playing Balatro on my phone lately. I recently got the first completion trophy for Balatro, which is the one to complete your collection. So you get every Joker, get every get every deck and get every Joker. There's things like get every pack and get every blind and stuff like that. But the main two are get every deck, get every Joker. Those are the two main things to do in Balatro for completion. I have no intention of grinding out Balatro to get completion plus or completion plus plus. No way. Balatro has been fun. I've also been playing on my phone specifically. I think it's called Storyteller. I can't remember. It's something like Storyteller, which is a little puzzle game where you get given. Oh, I thought I was going to get hit by mine there. You get given scenarios for stories, and then you get given characters and scenes, and you have to put them in the right spots to make the correct story. It's one that kept popping up on my my YouTube short stream, and I found out that the game is available on Netflix, so I downloaded it and played it. Intended that to be the game I was going to play like on my commute, but I've already finished it. I haven't 100% finished it, but I've done every story, so it's like, oh, I need something else to play now. This week on my travels, I'll be trying to practice this whenever I can, because as I say, I've got this on my phone and my Vita, whichever one I want to do. Ideally my phone, because it won't have input lag. The Vita is essentially running on PSTV, which has input lag, which is horrible. Whereas on my phone, I'll be running it on DuckStation, which is more or less the same as this. I mean, right, I'm not running it on DuckStation now, I'm running it on the Master Collection, but it's not that much different. So yeah, I kind of now that I've kind of finished Storyteller already. I now want a new mobile game to play, something to play on the go. I really got into the Breach before I started playing Balatro, but I've struggled to get back into the Breach. And then before Into the Breach, I was playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, not the Cowbun collection, whatever the most recent. I can't remember what was it. No, it wasn't Turtles in Time. That's really old Turtles. Whatever the Shredder's Revenge. There we go. I was playing Shredder's Revenge because again, I just went and had a look on Netflix games to see what was available, and yeah, I just downloaded a couple. I have got the Grand Theft Auto trilogy installed on my phone, but I haven't brought myself to play them. Well, I started trying to 100% Vice City and got a bug where one rampage is missing, so I gave up. I just can't bring... GTA 3 I have a love-hate relationship with, and I just can't bring myself to trek through San Andreas because it's just too long. So yeah, I need a new mobile game, so I might go back to Acid 2 because it's been a while. I played through Acid 1 again, like either earlier this year or when I was really getting into my Vita. I played through Acid 1, so I might try. I've tried to play through Acid 2 again several times, and I always give up. So I might try again, see how I get on. I always said after I played through Portable Ops Plus and Peace Walker on my Vita, each time I was like, okay, I'm going to learn the speedrun for this now. And then I never did. I really should. Should really learn one of those speedruns. Alright, here we go, Boba Skip. You were nice earlier, and then I was not nice by ruining the whole run. So if you could let me have this one as well, that'd be grand. Boba Skip, please be nice. Throw that straight away because he's already shooting at me. Come on, baby skip. Please be nice. Please be nice. Let me get through the door. Yeah! I am living the best life ever because I beat the video game. I am living the best life ever because I am out of the stairwell of shame. I am the best at video games. Thanks, Boba. Pulled through for me today. Now we're 51 seconds ahead of PB. All I gotta do is not screw that up. So we're gonna get first try weapon glitch. I'm not gonna soft lock it. So we're gonna run all the way down these stairs. Damn. Into position for a first try. Yeah! First try weapon glitch. Let's go. We are still on big boss rank. Even with that extra alert at the start. So this time, let's not soft lock it. So as soon as I get to the top of the stairs, go. Cool. That's pretty much spot on. That's where we want that. That's where we want that to land. Because now it's just long enough to get past that camera without getting shot. If you get shot by that camera, restart. You take a death and restart this room. You cannot afford to get... You just cannot afford to take any unnecessary damage in an extreme run. You need every single bit of health that you have available. Because so many of the tricks in this game require damage abuse. Boba skip sounds like a dance move. Boba skip to the left. Boba skip to the right. Everybody do the boba skip. I am going to do something slightly differently here. Normally, I get the chaff grenade straight away and then just go straight back down. So I'm going to be slightly ahead here. I'm going to grab the chaff grenades on the way back because I find that if I grab the chaff grenades first, it's difficult to get onto this ladder. Because you're running towards the ladder from the other side, it's quite tricky to spot where the ladder is. You'll see when we run back past it. I think it's actually easier to get on that ladder as you first go up. So now I'm going to go grab the spare chaff grenades. So yeah, trying to get on the ladder from there, it's a bit tricky to know when to start moving. Oh, grenades. Oh. I was worried that was a little low, but we were fine. All good. Come on, Snake. Nope. Come on. There. All right, we've still got one more. Nice. Still got one more weapon glitch to do. Oh, There's no way that worked. I've got to stop doing that. There we go. That's fine. Everything else went fine first try, so that one we can afford to take 2 attempts at. And that's the other thing with a lot of these. The more attempts you take on Boba Skip and first weapon glitch, the less attempts you get on everything else. What my current health also means, I'm going to play this safe. What this current health also means is that I can afford to take a single shot of damage during the cargo elevator fight, which is really handy. Over the weekend, you may have seen it on my Discord channel. Over the weekend, I did actually finally get the Master Collection achievement for getting Big Boss rank. I did share a screenshot of it on the Discord server with a caption was like, "Oh my god, I actually did it, folks! See, Big Boss rank, yes, 100%, definitely did it as intended." I don't know if the people who commented on it noticed the fact that I'd scribbled out the 28, I think it was the 28 saves, and wrote 0 hastily in paint next to it. It was because I was creating a save pack ready for Saturday, so I now have a full set of saves because there isn't one available on. No one's made one for the Master Collection, so I now have an any % extreme save pack available. So if anything goes wrong during the run on Saturday, I have enough saves to go back to for any situation. So yeah, but because I believe for Metal Gear Solid 1, you can have unlimited saves and still get Big Boss. And basically every time I died, because I wanted to make a save pack that was like legitimate throughout, basically every time I died, instead of hitting continue, I exited and loaded my save instead. So yeah, it was a Big Boss run, but it was very, very segmented. But it was a Big Boss run, so I have now got the achievement. Though I think I've only got like 2 or 3 achievements left in Metal Gear Solid 1. The problem is one of them is complete every VR mission. And I was like, no, I can't be arsed with that shit. There's one other thing that I've never gotten into for speedrunning. I've never gotten into MGS1 or MGS2 VR missions. Nice, good RNG there. The race for MGS3 is streaming on twitch.tv/Games Done Quick. It is on the official Games Done Quick channel. Yes, I still get my safety ration. So this is if I do get killed here, then I have my safety. For PB purposes, I'm going to equip my safety ration, but I'm not going to use it. But I think I can afford to take 1 shot, which is fine. I usually do this fight with 1 hit. Cool, well there goes Big Boss rank because I decided to lie down. Crane destruction is indeed part of the game. That is that's not a glitch or anything like that. That can be done at all points. It's actually easier to do with the stinger. Is it easier to do with the stinger? But we don't have this. We don't have any stinger ammo yet. So yeah, in in an all bosses run, you'd use the stinger to take out the crane instead. But we have to use there is some RNG there with where the crane starts. The crane can start really close to you, and when it does, there's a very good chance you'll get hit by your own grenade. It's very tricky to deal with. I just heard a big rumble and it was just hiding next door making noises. Hey, Nitrous. Sure, I learned something. Sure.
A message from Irish Wolf V, who has now subscribed on Twitch for 7 months.
Oh, that was a message. Thank you very much, Irish Wolf TV, for the resub. Very kind of you. Oh, wahoo! I learned something new about one of the Metal Gear games recently, but I can't remember what it was. Right, on to Raven. So, no big boss rank, but we are on quite good PB pace right now. Oh, nice. How you been finding it? That's something I could replay on the go. I could get that and Dream Champ tournament. Perfect Raven fight. Lovely. Oh, and gold split for Raven as well. That's really nice. They're both the Game Boy Game Boy Advance, if I recall correctly, are both quite tricky because they're sort of, you know, big puzzle platformers where it's not always that clear where you are because everything kind of looks the same. Adam Lewis 74201, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Nick RP stream. Do I know you from somewhere already? Because the name sounds familiar. I did post that I was streaming on Facebook today, which I don't usually do. But I don't like have public followers on it. I don't have my Facebook isn't public facing, so it's all for people like actual people I've connected with in the past. Up we go. So we might not be on big boss pace, and that's going to be really annoying if I lose out on big boss rank just because I accidentally went down to the floor instead of starting that fight. That's going to be really annoying. It's a stealth weapon. I probably should try and grab a spare ration here, so let's do it. I hope that hits him. Oh. Well, there definitely goes big boss rank. That never locked on, and I'm dead. Snake. Well, that's I can't believe that still didn't hit him. Like, I know it didn't lock on, but it was straight and true. That's never happened before. I don't think I've ever died here. This has been such a good run, apart from that one thing. This has been a really good run. And I get my ration. Bizarre. What good it does me now. Oh, that really sucks. Oh dear. Zwing. Luckily, this guard is actually really easy to get around. He says and then gets killed by him. Maybe I will throw him just to be on the safe side. There we go. Yeah, I should probably just throw him to be on the safe side. Normally I don't get killed by him. I'm gonna start losing more time. That 2-minute PB is now at a measly 40 seconds. 36 seconds. Whoa. I can't keep going. Unts. This is a deep dive into acid. Should have gone the other way with that stinger. And we don't have God Rat. Lovely. Oh my god. Steak, pick an item. There he is. I've just got to wait. I just got to wait for him to come back out. This run was going so well. This run was doing great. Now I can't even shoot. There he is. Get him. Got him, you little bugger. Poor little bastard. Ooh. Right, we're back on track, but there goes the I am 50 0.01 I am 1/100th of a second ahead of PB. 1/100th of a second. Wait, okay, back to still gonna practice as though this is Big Boss rank. In Big Boss, you still can't take still can't get spotted by these cameras, either going in or coming out. You need to avoid them like the plague. You need to preserve that 1 centisecond. Can I still recover? Right now I should be in the warehouse. Oh, we've gone back down to 105. Oh. Oh, dear. Oh, under a second. Yeah, back to over a second. This is all we have now. Whether or not I can be a second ahead or not. Yes. No, indeed. In fact, 0.91. Guys suck at this game. Showcasing this on Games Done Quick on Saturday. I am so bad at this. Really, this is only the second time I will have ever showcased this this specific category. Last time I showcased this was for Preventathon 4, which was this time last year, 1 year ago. Preventathon runs twice a year. Once in sort of May, June, and once in October, November. So yes, last October, I ran Metal Gear Solid 1. That should be good. I'm not even going to check. Don't want to check. Here we go out of our way just a little bit to grab some spare, some extra Stinger missiles, because we're using a few more than we normally would in another run, and they don't respawn. In Extreme, any item box you pick up does not respawn, ever. The harder the difficulty you go, the longer it takes for an item to respawn. So the number of rooms that you have to move away from the item box before it'll respawn gets bigger and bigger. But on Extreme, once you pick up an item box, it doesn't respawn ever. So that's why I'm going out of my way to get extra. You can, if you don't like overuse Stinger missiles for other things like shooting this guard on this platform or shooting the rat. You don't have to shoot the rat with the Stinger. You can use the FAMAS. You can use a pistol. Very easy. People tend to use the MP5. So that's an option. Or you can throw a grenade at it as well if you really want to. So those are options for not using the Stinger there. I will also want to use the Stinger... Oh, 4 seconds ahead all of a sudden. I will also want to use the Stinger... Oh my god, it didn't freeze. I said I did... It's still bloody yellow. I said I wasn't going to check. I went through the door at one... Just went through the door too early. Oh, now I do it again. I can't believe... I must have been milliseconds off. Rip indeed. There's no point in continuing.
Reset.
Well, this is not turning into a very good set of... not a very good set of runs, is it? No, it's not. Alright, we're going to take a short break so I can get another drink and go for a pee, and then when we come back, I promise I'm going to finish a run, because my gosh. I mean, on Saturday, when it comes to the actual marathon, I will be doing things a lot safer. I'll be a lot more... I'll be concentrating. I won't be as tired. I'll be concentrating a lot more. I'll have, I'll take... Yeah, pipe break! Sounds good. So yeah, we'll be back here in a few minutes. There will be ads playing, because obviously stops ads coming on midstream and things like that. So I'll see you all in a few minutes. Nearly pushed the end stream on. Alrighty, breaking out the Muse Cup. Dr. Pepper. We're doing this. Let's actually finish a damn run. Not sure what that was, but that was really cool. Yeah, I've just noticed that my
Don't expect any official support.
my Spotify thingy on the stream isn't working. Should have addressed that. Sorry. In fact, I'm going to push some buttons right now so it doesn't do that when we finish the stream. Or if I go to another break, it's very unlikely. I don't usually do 2 breaks in one stream. Action history. Right down to the bottom. Spotify auto runner re-queue. There we go. That's fixed it. Not that you can see here, but I've got it open on my preview, and I can see that it is now updated to be the correct song. Don't know why that doesn't queue correctly sometimes. You know what? I think I might actually prefer Dr. Pepper Zero to normal Dr. Pepper. I used to love Dr. Pepper. Absolutely used to love Dr. Pepper. It used to be like one of my favorite drinks, and they changed when the sugar tax came in. Dr. Pepper changed its recipe so that standard Dr. Pepper wasn't hit by the sugar levy. And it just never tasted right to me. Again.
Liquid. Snake, did you like my sunglasses? Oh, you'd point a weapon at your own brother?
Would you point a weapon at a guy wearing glasses? Oh, I can't wear these. They're really dusty and mucky because they've just been on here for ages. Yeah, ever since that, they changed the recipe. I don't like Dr. Pepper that much anymore. I'll drink it, but it's just not that nice. But this is Dr. Pepper Zero, and actually it's not bad. It's a little flat because it's been open, but that doesn't have the same horrible tang at the end. When Heidi and I went to America for GDQ in 2023, we went to the shop around the corner. I got a glass, basically a glass keg of chocolate milk. It was gorgeous, but I also got like a 3-liter bottle of Dr. Pepper because in America they didn't change the recipe, and oh, it was so nice to drink normal Dr. Pepper again. One day I will go back to America and I will drink normal Dr. Pepper again. Not at the moment. I ain't going to America anytime soon. Every time I talk to anyone about like GDQ and being able to attend and stuff like that, and anyone in America always says, yeah, you don't want to go to America right now. It's like, no, I do not. I have no intention of going to America anytime soon. 3, 2, 1, go.
Start.
Strawberry. I think so, yes. I think I've seen Strawberry Dr. Pepper. I've seen like oh, I forgot to change the subtitles. Oh well. I think it's a slight time loss to have the subtitles in Japanese, but it's only slight. It doesn't matter. I've definitely seen like either a strawberries and cream or like club soda. I can't remember. But I know we have had some special flavors. Talking to strawberry, I had strawberry tango recently. And what I didn't and wasn't a big fan. It was a bit like strawberry and lime Copperberg. Obviously fizzy and not alcoholic. And I quite enjoy. Yeah, it probably does taste better in the US because you're allowed to put, presumably sugar and corn syrup in it. Yeah, corn syrup is in everything in America, and it's really bad for you, but it makes stuff taste great. It's a reason why people love it. What was I then? What did I then move on to? I've already forgotten. God, I think I've got dementia. I can't remember what I started talking about 2 seconds ago. Oh, I thought the UK had problems. Then you look at France and the US. I do actually. I think I pay more attention to US politics than I do British politics. Mexican Coca-Cola is made with cane sugar. Oh, that sounds I bet that's amazing. I regularly watch a lot of US chat show, late night chat show monologues and stuff. I don't watch the whole things. Like Seth Meyers, Jimmy Kimmel. Obviously, I've watched a bit of Jimmy Kimmel lately. Yeah, Seth Meyers and Jimmy Kimmel were the two that I was kind of regularly watching. I see a lot of John Oliver clips. I really should watch John Oliver. I should subscribe to John Oliver. I watch quite a bit of The Daily Show as well. But yeah, just like the monologues. I don't like watch all the celebrity interviews and all of the little bits. Just the monologues. So like Seth Meyers, I'll watch his opening monologue and I'll watch a closer look. The Daily Show is pretty good for that. And obviously John Oliver's one of us, making it big over there. So yeah, those are the 3-4 that I mainly watch. Paying attention, I'm probably like watching a live feed of a train wreck. It is something that a lot of late night show hosts bring up. I think the Democrats sort of bring up quite a lot, and people try and explain it to Trump, and he just doesn't get it. But it is important to note that, you know, when people try to joke or say, you know, the rest of the world currently sees the US as a laughing stock. Yes, we do. You are fucking hilarious right now. You know, if anyone is going to Trump and saying the rest of the world is laughing at us and he scoffs it off, yes, we are. I'm laughing my head off. Because it's insane. I think one of the things that I've loved the most is a lot of these commentators, a lot of these people. AOC said it recently about the fact that it's not just the fact that, you know, there's a lot of fascist ideals and autocrats and this kind of right, you know, really far right rhetoric that's coming over, but also it's so incompetent. So we have joked about it on the stream before. I'm going to say it very tentatively again. The Nazis were at least efficient at what they did. They did terrible things, but they were very efficient at them. The US just ain't that. They're just so, like, they're really bad at being Nazis. Oh. This has gone horribly wrong. Sometimes it's funny, but other times it's just sad. At first it was sad, and then it got funny, but then it got kind of sad again. I can't remember where that's from. Reset. I don't know what happened there. I keep trying to throw that grenade a bit further up. I don't know where that guard looked. I can still PB off this. Or do we just reset? If anyone else suggests I just reset, I'll reset. But I really should be doing no reset runs. Talking of Nazis. I know we don't like to talk about Nazis. Heck, YouTube's probably having a bloody wobbly already because it's heard the word. But has anyone been watching Peace Walker Season 2? Peace Walker Season 2? Peace Walker Season 2. Did you know Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker had a second season? Has anyone been watching Peacemaker season 2? Because my god, Peacemaker might now be my favorite superhero. Reset and stop talking about Nazis. Peacemaker might be my favorite superhero TV show now. It's so good. And there's been a lot of I've really enjoyed a lot of superhero based TV. I love The Boys. It's obviously a very different type of superhero show. I love The Boys. Daredevil was always fantastic. WandaVision was brilliant. I really enjoyed Moon Knight. I know not everyone enjoyed Moon Knight, but I really enjoyed Moon Knight. I'm trying to think about some of the older superhero shows. I mean, heck, let's go even further back. Teen Titans. Loved Teen Titans as a kid. All of that, but Peacemaker is just, it's so good. There is a new meme with Peacemaker that I'm really enjoying, which is Peacemaker Season 2 theme goes with everything. So the theme for Peacemaker Season 2 is a song called, I think it's just called Lord by Foxy Love, I want to say. I could be wrong. I've been listening to it on repeat over and over. If you remember, there was a meme like quite a few years ago, which was Guile's theme goes with everything. But like the most famous one was Scar killing Mufasa in The Lion King, and just putting Guile's theme to the background of that. And now people have been discovering that Peacemaker Season 2's opening theme, I say Lord by Foxy Love, it's just perfect for everything. It's so good. I want to make one myself of a Metal Gear. I want to do a Metal Gear one.
You win.
There's got to be a really good moment.
Had enough. So, you're human after all. The torture will stop as I promised. But I'll take the woman in return. I'll have my fun with her before I kill her.
Trying to think of what would be the best Metal Gear moment to go with Peacemaker.
Gentlemen?
The question that I am asking you, ladies and gentlemen, is which Metal Gear moment would fit best with the theme from Peacemaker Season 2. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you've not seen Peacemaker Season 2, then I'm not going to spoil it here for you. Obviously, ladies and gentlemen, I am not going to spoil it here for you, because that would be spoilers, ladies and gentlemen. Now, a spoiler, ladies and gentlemen, is what you put on the back of a car to make it go a little bit faster, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I think that'll do for that one. I think I made my point. We've got so much. Like when that channel reward was first suggested, I was a bit tentative about it. Who was the last person to go over 9,000? It was Sergeant Deagle. Sergeant Deagle was the last person to go over 9,000. I was a bit tentative with it about whether it would whether it would be worth it and whether it'd get some use. But since it's gone live, that channel reward has had so much use. It's an absolute banger. It's like almost points for a second time. Sweet. But I'm assuming you're not going to use them until someone else has. Now I'm over here. I'm starting to get more used to speaking to this camera again, because this is the camera I use for fast travel. I don't use that camera for fast travel because, you know, I'm talking directly at the audience at the start of the episode, so it makes sense to be talking straight forwards rather than off to the side. Also, I've watched back some of my intros, and it is so obvious that I'm reading from a script. It's unreal. You can see my eyes darting around the screen reading what I've written. Because I write my intros ahead of time, because otherwise I just know I'll fumble them. Whoops. Okay, we're going to lose a little bit of time here. Because I clicked the button a bit too early. That doesn't make any difference other than it being a bit of a time loss. I have said that one day I will try and do something with YouTube for channel points, like try and make my own channel point thing for YouTube. It's just very difficult because it's all got to be done manually. Because I still think it's crazy that when it comes to like the viewer experience, YouTube is still so far behind. But when it comes to streaming options and stream quality and choice, you know, encoding and shit like that. Oh, and we're back over here. YouTube absolutely rules over Twitter, and Twitch is so far behind. It's like I just want Twitch and YouTube to just combine, so I can just do it. So I can just you know, do the good stuff. Just let me have AV1 streaming to both at the same time, and then everything will be so much better. It's crazy. It's because they both use different services. Obviously, Twitch is using Amazon streaming servers, and YouTube is using Google's. And yeah, the biggest problem for Twitch is that Twitch loses Amazon money. Twitch is not a money maker for Amazon, so they're not willing to put the infrastructure into to improve it. They are just very, very, very slowly. I know some people in the Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting beta have got access to, I think they've now got access to 1440p streaming, and I think some of them have got access to H.265 codecs, or HEVC instead of AVC. Meanwhile, I am still stuck with H.264. Not even NVENC. If you had to choose between Twitch or YouTube right now, which would I do? I don't think my answer will surprise anyone. But it would be Twitch. I'd say that hugely apologetically to all of my YouTube audience, but I was streaming on Twitch long before I was streaming on YouTube. I've been streaming on Twitch now for coming up to 8 years. I think I've been streaming on YouTube for maybe 2. I didn't grab any more stun grenade. I was about to say I got a 2-second PB there for that one. Where have I got that from? And that's because I didn't grab any more stun grenades. You don't need those stun grenades. This is why I boo. Yeah, I think I've been streaming now solidly on YouTube for about 2 years, multi-streaming. But as much as I bitch and moan about Twitch's not being able to use AV1 or HEVC, and obviously Twitch has its problems with discoverability and stuff like that. YouTube's discoverability is worse, far worse, but also YouTube's streaming experience just doesn't match up with Twitch. I've got, I have no stun grenades. Yeah, and that's always been the thing with both of them. You can actually do both on both. You can stream to YouTube, but YouTube is primarily a video sharing platform, and you can share videos on Twitch, albeit you do not have unlimited space, and you are quite limited on space these days, but Twitch is primarily a streaming platform. So it kind of, if I had to choose between the two, I absolutely would stick with Twitch, because it's where I built the bulk of my audience. B, YouTube will still be useful to me for uploading videos, and hopefully there's still cross traffic between the two there. But also when it comes to things like events, you know, GDQ for example, and other speedrun marathons and stuff, nobody is really asking about your YouTube channel. Everybody is asking where you can be found on Twitch. When it comes to streaming and speedrunning, Twitch and speedrunning kind of go hand in hand. Is kind of where expected. Certainly, I have not heard anyone ask where can you find me on Kick. The speedrunning community are not big fans of Kick at all. So this is going to be interesting. I only have one stun grenade. I really should have got more. So I kind of got to hope that this goes through first time. Otherwise... And of course, now it doesn't. I've got chaff grenades as backup. So I should be okay. But it's got to go through now anyway. Yay! Kick. People have had problems with Kick because of like there's a lot of stuff in the background of Kick where it's like it's all kind of like has a foundation of gambling and crypto. So people have traditionally steered clear of Kick because it's a bit and no one's really sure about it. For me, it's just kind of a point at the moment. I'm quite happy on Twitch and YouTube, and I don't have the internet capacity to stream to another site. I struggle. I'm streaming. I send out 3 streams because I stream on YouTube horizontal and YouTube vertical. And I don't have the bandwidth to do another stream now. If I was to do another stream now, I would need to seriously look into doing something like restream.io, and you know, sending out one stream that then another service handles that side of it. I didn't think that was going to work because I accidentally re-equipped my level 6 card, but it did. So we got a first try weapon glitch, so that's good. Justin.tv is where it's at. You know it. Heck, bring back Mixer. Bring back Mixer. No, don't bring back Mixer. Nobody used Mixer. That's why it died. Horizontal streams are a waste of resources. Changed my mind. Things at this point, you know, because certainly over the last, ever since I changed my internet at the very least, we have struggled a little bit with keeping stream quality good whilst running across 3 different streams. The problem is I am now at a point where I really don't want to drop any of them. If I absolutely had to drop one of these 3 streams, it would absolutely 100% be YouTube Vertical. Because YouTube Vertical doesn't really get me regular viewers, but it does get... Oh. I said I was going to do this the other way around, and I haven't. But it does get me views. I don't know how many of those views then kind of turn into people then tuning into the others and doing something. I'd like to think that some people, if anyone, I mean, heck, I could. The thing is when I'm looking at names and stuff and I'm seeing who's chatting, for YouTube, I actually don't know which stream you're watching. For me, you show up as YouTube. It doesn't the chat. The streamer bot. Oh yeah, I already got it, didn't I? The streamer bot chat doesn't. They did give all their money to Ninja, and then they ran out of money. The YouTube chat for streamer bot doesn't. You can look into it and find out, but it doesn't at an easy glance tell you where your YouTube chatters are coming from. They just tell you they're coming from YouTube. There is a way to separate the 2 off so that I could see them separately, but I'm in the middle of a speed run every stream. I can't like stop and interact with stuff. So whenever someone is chatting on YouTube, I have no idea which stream you're on. I just more often not assume, and I think I'm correct in this assumption, that you're probably watching the horizontal stream. Because if you're watching the vertical stream, you're probably not chatting because you're on your phone, it's vertical, you're just there to have a watch. Should say that you do have to be very... Oh, I've got a weapon equipped. You can't do this with a weapon equipped. It is very important that that I don't try and steer people away from one or the other. It is actually against... I don't know if it's against YouTube's terms of service, but I do believe it is against Twitch's terms of service for me to basically, do a Twitch stream and then tell all my viewers, oh, by the way, come and watch us on YouTube because it's better. I can honestly say that it's not. The stream quality should be exactly the same on both. It's just whether you prefer watching on YouTube or Twitch. That's pretty much what it's down to. Both come with their own perks. One thing Twitch is getting shortly...
New follower!
I know of Trovo. I never used it, and I don't really know what Trovo was, but StreamerBot is fully compatible with Trovo, so the name comes up a lot. And Mr. Solid, thank you very much for now following me on Twitch as well. Don't tell YouTube what you've done. It is still alive. Okay. But yeah, one thing that Twitch is finally getting is a reliable rewind feature. So if you're watching it for anyone who watches this only on Twitch and never watches the stream on YouTube, you won't know that on a YouTube live stream, you can rewind and seek back through a YouTube live stream exactly the same way you would go backwards through a YouTube video. Basically a Twitch... I'll have to have a look at it at some point, because I've never looked into it. I'm not going to stream to it, but it'd be interesting to have a look. Yeah, in exactly the same way you're watching a YouTube video, you want to go back 10 seconds, you just click on the timeline and go back 10 seconds. You can do that in a YouTube live stream. You can just go back 10 seconds and watch from 10 seconds ago. Really easy. Twitch is finally getting that. The only way you could do that on Twitch is every person's stream would assuming you had automatic VOD switched on. Assuming you had automatic VOD switched on, your stream automatically gets turned into a video, and that video is available straight away. So if you're watching me on Twitch right now, if the new seek functionality hasn't been introduced yet, which I don't actually know if it has yet, then in order to, like, if you want to go back 10 seconds, other than I knew that camera was going to shoot me.
Are you okay? Snake? Snake?
That was mean. Yeah, if you're on Twitch, in order to just watch the stream back, like if you want to go back 20-30 seconds, you could take a clip and you could watch that, which isn't ideal. The only real way of doing it is to go back to my channel, go to my channel about section, then go to the video section, and watch the VOD of this run right now. That's the only way of doing it. Right. This is because I'm screwing up this bit. That's better. I'll now have more time to get to the door. Ah! He's on fire, and the aim of the game is to fuel his flame. He's on fire. I hope stopping for that PSG-1 ammo isn't now going to get me killed again. He's on fire, 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 fire. Do 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 do. It's only available to subscribers. Ah, I had not picked up on that bit of information with it. I have no stun grenades. So here is another reason why you really, really should get stun grenades. I can't just have a run, can I, tonight? I'm going to screw up every single run that I do in some form or another. I don't think hiding rewind feature behind subscriptions is that egregious. It's not great. Considering it's something that YouTube just has. This run might just be dead. Unless I can figure out a backup way of getting through here, because I don't think I can shoot the guard. I might be able to still shoot the guard without taking an alert. Yes, I can. I can't throw the grenade though. That's the problem. Pretty sure it's right on top of me. I hate this angle. Because you really can't tell. And now I'm going to get really... It's now going to go really, really slowly. So I'm pretty sure it's random. Cool, so that's broken again. I also now don't know where this guard at the bottom here is going to be. He could be anywhere. He could be right here. No, I will have a look at that and see if I can get that to work. Because, yeah, that was not 800 well spent. I mean, this one's pretty dead. You know, I can see that criticism. Alright, screw this. This one's dead. Right, let me see if I can fix the frog. Why the frog? The frog's not freaking working again. I've only fixed the frog recently. But it's one of these things that just keeps dying. There he is. Yep, speech bubble's broken again. Speech bubble is completely broken and is not in the right place. Which I never understand how it keeps getting broken and being like randomly in the completely incorrect location. Makes no sense to me. I don't get it. I do not understand how this speech bubble just decides to disappear off into its own little... I think it's because it's in a group and the group kind of screws itself up. It's really weird.
Both are being held as hostages. Secondly, you're to investigate whether or not the terrorists have the ability to make a nuclear strike. And stop them if they do.
What's the insertion method?
We'll approach the disposal facility by sub.
And then?
We'll launch a one-man SDV. After the SDV gets as close as it can, dispose of it.
He also didn't speak. I don't know why it didn't speak either. Then speech bubble goes in there.
High-tech Special Forces Unit Foxhound. Your former unit, and one that I was a commander of.
So they're still around.
There are 6 members of Foxhound involved in this terrorist activity.
Right. So that's that. And then make the bubble disappear.
Sniper Wolf, the beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy Octopus.
And now make the mascot disappear.
Vulcan Raven, Giant.
So now why didn't we get the message?
And Revolver Ocelot.
Let's have a look. Keratin. It's not a keratin shear.
And finally,
It's a keratin Eli points. Keratin rewards.
Liquid snake.
Speaker box.
man with the same code name as you. The nuclear weapons disposal facility covers the whole island. I'll instruct you by codec after you reach your target.
Speak.
A message from %user %.
Usual, this is a one
%raw input %.
Weapons and equipment OSP.
Yes, this is a top secret.
Okay.
black op. Don't
That
expect any
played, and I'm assuming you heard that. So why didn't it play earlier when it should have triggered? All right, let's put it all together. Go to my action history and requeue.
A message from Hastastic. PLZ don't die.
There we go. %user% is just the that's the code to gain the that's to look up the name of the user. So why that didn't work before, I do not know. But for some reason, this is just this one reward that I have so many problems with, where it just like all of the like sometimes SpeakerBot just doesn't run and just refuses to say anything. Sometimes the bubble just goes off and disappears in a random location. So for example, now that I've fixed it, we can also rerun a different reward that's already been triggered once this stream, which also should have used it, if I can find it. Problem is my action history is just full of bloody green splits and gold splits, blue splits, because I have every time something splits on this, I get an action. I really should just remove them. Then you can have them where it doesn't show up in the action queue, so I really should do that. Where is it? Trying to find it in my history.
The nuclear weapons disposal facility on
There it is. Right, requeue. Sergeant Deagle went over 9,000. Does that just say Sergeant Deagle's P? that just said Sergeant Deagle's P, didn't it?
Within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuclear weapon. You'll have 2 mission objectives. First, you're to rescue DARPA Chief Donald Anderson. And the
I don't know why it only said that. I can see the text on here and it said Sergeant Deagle's power level is over 9,000.
Secondly, you're to
I don't know why it only came up as Sergeant Deagle's P. For fuck's sake, nothing ever worked. This is that's another filter that so the text that appears is a filter. It's not it is a text source, but there's no text at all in the source. There's a filter in the background that declares the text, and that's what makes it type out. So the filter is the typing of the text. So the action is to update the filter, not update the text. But I think I'm going to completely rework how those rewards work. I made them, I think they look really nice when they work. It's just they're so unreliable, and I don't understand why. I don't understand why the bubble suddenly, because when the bubble doesn't show up, it's because the bubble isn't on the screen. It's like 2,000 pixels outside of the screen in the bottom right hand corner for some bizarre reason that I don't understand why it happens. I think it's got something to do with groups, because the bubble, the text and the bubble are two separate entities and they're in a group together. And I think, and I have the movement and stuff is applied to the group, not to the bubble and the text. And I think that just completely screws it up. I don't get it. It's very confusing. The mascot's nice and simple, because the mascot is a group, but there's no filters or stuff. There's a wonderful I only learned this when I started making the mascot. This thing where the mascot just sort of pops up and down like this. There's no movement filter or anything like that. For any source that you have has a show transition and hide transition. So when you show it or hide it, it transitions instead of just appearing and disappearing like everything else. It actually has the option. You can move it, you can have it peak, you can have it fade. There's loads of stuff I can do it with anything. So for example, let's high transition stinger. Let's see what happens if you can use your stinger as a high transition for a source. Let's see what happens if I do this. Okay, didn't it? Never mind. Okay, apparently it didn't like that. Let's not use a stinger then. High transition swipe. That'll do. So now when I hide the game, it swipes off rather than just disappearing. I didn't set one for show transition. Luma wipe. So we'll have it swipe off to the left. So bye bye Metal Gear, and hello Metal Gear. So yeah, you can do show and hide transitions for any item, rather than it just disappear. So that's all the frog is. The frog is just peeking up and down. Just makes it nice and easy. But the bubble, I specifically have to have it tiny and then, come bigger. So that's a move transition, and it just completely fails half the time. I don't understand why. It's very strange.
The nuclear weapons disposal.
But there you go. That's fantastic. You at least sort of got your message a bit. And we all learned about Sergeant Deagle's P. And I still haven't finished a run of this. Let's try again.
Start!
You're welcome. So the other thing with some of those, maybe I should do it with this reward where I automatically turn off redemption. So whenever you spend channel points on Twitch, your what you've purchased, or the reward that you've purchased goes into a queue, and then it's up to me to go into that queue and declare whether a reward has been redeemed. So basically, I go into the queue, find what you've redeemed, and say, yes, I did this, mark it as complete, or no, I didn't do this, refund the user. And with StreamerBot, because everything from StreamerBot that should be automatic and should just work, I automatically have StreamerBot redeem them all afterwards. So I don't have at the end of the stream, I don't have a huge long queue of actions to then mark off, because StreamerBot automatically actions them. Problem is, as soon as you've actioned them, you then can't refund them again. So that does run the risk of, if something goes wrong, like it did just then, you can't have your channel points back. So it might be worth, at least for anything that uses the keratin frog, I should probably turn automatic redemption off so that I can refund them afterwards. But I think I'm just going to remake that frog and do it do it differently. I tried to. I think I made it too complicated. You don't, but a lot of people only have. Some people only have 800. I'd be a bit pissed if I'd saved up 800 for that message and it didn't work. There is no way to manually give. You cannot manually give or take away channel points. It's a big problem I had when I first properly started getting into chat. It took me ages to actually get into doing stuff with channel points. I hope this guard's not going to be here. I hope that guard turns away in time. No. No, that's my bad for killing that guard. That's useful to know, actually. You can't kill that guard in that position because without killing the other guard, because it completely screws that guard over. Yeah, when I first properly got into using channel points, because channel points were introduced after I'd started streaming and long after I became affiliate. But at the time, like, you couldn't do custom rewards. It was just kind of, you had some of the basic ones, and then custom rewards kind of came in, but I didn't have access to StreamerBot and stuff like that. And so trying to sort of make your own stuff that came up on stream wasn't really a thing. And it wasn't until people really started getting into things like StreamerBot that custom rewards kind of became a thing. So it took me ages to sort of get into that space. And the problem that I had for a very long time with it was that I used to have a few regulars who, because I'd not really had any channel point rewards in the past that were significant, I had a couple, but it was things like set up, posture and take a drink, and maybe something was like ask Nick a question or something like that. I had a few regulars who were sat on like 32,000 channel points. So it was really difficult to come up with the pricing of point stuff, because on the one hand, I had to make them cheap enough so that your average user can come sit in the channel for 10-15 minutes and then have enough points to do something with them. That was fun. But on the flip side, I had users with, like, as I say, 32,000 points who would just be able to spam everything over and over and over again. Now, there are limitations you can put on. You can change it so that channel point rewards can only be redeemed by one person. You put a cooldown timer on them for a person. You can put a cooldown timer for them globally. What you can't really do is put a cooldown timer on a person for any reward. You can't say, okay, this person has redeemed a single reward, they now can't redeem any other rewards for a certain amount of time. You probably could, but you'd have to go like really deep into StreamerBot with all sorts of logic to try and figure that out. So it was tricky to sort of have a decent balance of, things are fun and available for people, but I'm not going to have people just spamming everything. Job! I'm not going to have just people spamming everything constantly. In the end, I shouldn't have worried about it because my regulars didn't. They didn't really spam everything. And that never really became a problem. So sort of slowly over time, a lot of my channel rewards have become a lot cheaper. The only two that I've not really touched the prices of are over 9,000, because it only works, that reward only works being 9,001 channel points. It's kind of the point of it. And then VIP. VIP, I believe, is 35,000 channel points. I would bring it nowadays, with hindsight, I'd have that lower. Actually, I think it's 25,000. It is 25,000, it's 25,000, not 35,000. In hindsight, now that I know, I probably would have made it 15 or 20,000, the thing is now I don't want to bring it down because I've already had like maybe five people have used it. And what I don't want to do is I don't now want to make it cheaper for everyone else. And those 5 people are like, oh, so I had to spend 25,000, but now everyone else gets only spend 15. Where's my 10k back? It's a lot of channel points. So I've decided no, we should stick. And 25k is a nice number. And if you're willing to, to spend that amount of time holding on to points so that you can become a VIP, then absolutely. And you do get perks as a VIP. Obviously, you get the badge. You get your own walk-on, which anyone who is a VIP who hasn't yet sent me a walk-on, please do. Because I know Callista, I think Callista's still due to send me one. So you get your own custom walk-on. Subscribers get a walk-on, but it's a generic walk-on that every subscriber has the same one. Oh, nice. Fast elevator. Fast elevator always makes that safe. So yeah, if you are a subscriber, by the way, you can type in !hi into the chat, and you will get a walk on. But you won't. But it's the same every. Sorry, I just needed to step count for a second there. But every subscriber has the same music. You don't get a custom song. Although I think I can't remember. I can't remember if your name still appears. Sorry, not your name. If your channel icon still appears, or whether it's just a normal one. Sorry, Mrs. Olives. Only if you're subscribed. Followers don't get one. Subscribers get one, which everyone shares the same one. VIPs get their own custom one, where they can send me a piece of music. The other thing VIPs get is they automatically get access to the subs and VIPs area on my Discord server. Subscribers to the channel will also get that, but obviously subscribers have to pay for that.
It's been
VIPs
a while, hasn't it? You remember me, don't you?
There we go. That was it. It doesn't get redeemed very often. I mean, I play it. I do have final say on what it is. But yes, every subscriber can use that walk on, so it'll always be Solidus saying that, and you don't get your own icon on screen. VIPs get their Twitch icon appears. Instead, you get the little Eli medal. I didn't think I'd put it so that you get your own icon on screen. So yeah, that's how that works. It's great, the kind of stuff you can do with StreamerBot. Ring ring.
Snake, it's showtime. Ocelot wants you.
I think that's it for VIPs. I don't think VIPs get anything else.
You win.
Obviously, you get the fantastic on-screen celebration when you redeem that reward. Which I don't know whether I want to update, because it uses a video as a GIF from Metal Gear Solid 3. I don't know whether to update it to Delta. Probably not. Partly because it's work, I can't be asked. I am pretty pleased with the with changing the C over. Recently determined that the Twitch and YouTube C that we have over the top of the latest event down there, and also it pops up on in the background of the alert. that was being generated by a filter. It wasn't a GIF or a video. The C was being generated by a filter, and it was actually taking up a lot of resources doing it. So I redid it so that it's just a GIF now. It's and it's not even color. Apparently, color correction filters on on OBS can actually be quite intensive. Discovered part of it was that the color correction, changing it to a purple C or to a red C, was actually taking up quite a bit of memory to do that. So yeah, instead now the purple C that you see below me is a GIF of a purple. I found a suitable free GIF of a C that I thought looked good. Made it a little bit pixely, so I added a pixel effect to it, and then colored it purple, and then also colored it red. So there's a red version as well, and now that GIF just appears in the background. It'll change to the red GIF if it's a YouTube thing, or if it's a Ko-fi. If you send me a donation on Ko-fi, you get the red C as well, and then obviously it pops up on the alerts as well. And it's the exact same GIF on the alerts. So yeah, massive, a huge amount of resources saved by just using some GIFs instead of generating a whole C and having OBS color it. The only thing now is there is a degree of separation that's gone. The C that was on the background of the alert at the bottom was a separate C to the one behind the latest event. It's now the same one. So it still like the it's like the alert won't necessarily be the right color and stuff, but it doesn't really matter. I'll notice, but it doesn't really matter. No one really cares that much. I care because I'm pedantic and ridiculous. That was a bit slow, but we've got plenty of time because we've got to wait for this guard out here anyway. There we go. Well, I still had to wait for that guard, so it didn't matter that I kind of messed up my move. Ooh, very fast elevator. The fastest elevator possible. Silly elevators. I've got a YouTube tutorial. I started a YouTube tutorial series that ran through every single room in Metal Gear Solid 1 and talked about each of them individually. And I remember doing the one in for the heliport. Not for the heliport, for the tank hangar. And I spent a good 5 minutes of that video talking about how elevators work. The whole section, because there's 4 different types of elevators. 4 different occurrences that can happen with one of those elevators. And there's only 2 of these elevators in the game. That one and the one in this room. No other elevators work in the same way. But those are intense tutorials. Haven't done any more Delta tutorials yet. Kind of because I've been very busy with... I went back to Speed on Tours UK stuff. I probably will do some more eventually. I'd like to do a few more boss tutorials because they were quite handy. And the boss tutorials are relatively easy to put together as well. I swear, every single day, every time I go back onto speedrun.com, a world record for hey Johnny, it's been a while. I'm pretty good. I haven't finished a run yet this evening, which isn't good considering I got a showcase of this at the weekend. But yeah, I'm good. Yeah, every time I log into speedrun.com, a category of Delta has had its world record broken again. I was by default for like a few days the world record holder for Delta PC glitchless. PC very easy glitchless. But I was only the world record holder because I was the first person to submit it. However, there was like 2 or 3 people who submitted after me who had worse time. So I did hold it legitimately for a few days. But now, like, I think I'm 7 minutes behind the world record, something like that. Oh, yeah. I got 50 minutes loading remove time. I got 50 minutes dead on 50 minutes. I think the world records are 43 something now. So I need to watch in case there's anything new that I need to pick up, particularly for keratins. There has been a bit of a discussion lately on speedrun.com about trying to tidy up the boards a bit. The main one that's almost certainly going to happen is all bosses is going to be removed. So if you know anything about Metal Gear Solid Delta speedruns, there are everything's split into difficulty and console. So you either do console or you do PC. And then for each one of those, you've got the different difficulties. There are 3 main categories of speedrun. Any percent, all bosses, and glitchless. Same as Metal Gear Solid 1, actually. The only thing is that at the moment, as it stands, there's only one difference between all bosses and glitchless. And that is in all bosses, you're allowed to skip the Ocelot unit. Because for some reason, people don't consider the Ocelot unit to be a boss. Whereas my argument is, make the Ocelot unit a boss, and then you automatically have no difference between glitchless and all bosses. Really. Come on, baby skip. Nope. Only really have one more attempt. Yay, that's good. 2 attempts is okay. I am living the best life ever because I beat the video game. I am living the best life ever because I am out of the stairwell of shame. I am the best at video games. Yeah, because the decision was made, for whatever reason, that the Ocelot unit doesn't count as a boss. Technically, in an all bosses run of Snake Eater Delta, you're allowed to skip the Ocelot unit, because there is a skip for the Ocelot unit. Whereas in Glitchless, you're not allowed to skip the Ocelot unit because it's a glitch to skip it. It's like, the whole thing would have been fine if you just declared that the Ocelot unit is a boss. Then it wouldn't have mattered. Oh, okay. Second attempt. I don't know if I took too much damage there. I think this run, I mean, not dead. I can keep going. I can take a death and... Oh. Wasn't close enough to the exposure. I don't know if I'm going to run out. I don't think I can run out of grenades here. Yeah, dead. Yosu is not a boss because it doesn't have a life bar. It makes sense. Incorrect. The Ocelot unit does have a life bar. Why is it called the Bosselot unit? The Ocelot unit does have a life bar. Absolutely has a life bar. It's just not a bar. It's a number. There's a little number on the left-hand side that tells you how much health the Ocelot unit has left. Is that not a life bar? It has a number that you chip away at. Oh. I am not doing very well here. Oh, I did that again. That's a counter. It's not a counter because it's going backwards. Counters usually go up. Oh my god, I am completely screwing this up, aren't I? There's no way that worked. Oh my god. It's a discounter. It's not a counter. As I say, a counter goes up. You count upwards, you don't count down. Unless you're playing countdown. My genuine argument is that the number of Ocelot units remaining is a life bar. It functions exactly the same way as a life bar. It is a number that ticks down as you take health off of the boss. It's just, instead of being represented by a bar, it's represented by a number. But a bar is just a visual representation of a number anyway. Right, let's get this right. Oh, okay, I got it right that time. Okay, we can keep going. If I am being sincere, so I'll be sincere for a minute. There are plenty of arguments for and against the Ocelot unit being a boss. Neither is the correct answer. Both opinions are completely valid. There are plenty of arguments to suggest that the Ocelot is a boss. So that the Ocelot unit is a boss. There are plenty of arguments. Oh, for God's sake! Seriously, I cannot get a break this right. I can't continue. I have to take another death because I now don't have enough health to continue. This is horrible. I am completely screwing all of this up. Yeah, there's plenty of arguments either way. My biggest, as far as quality of speedrunning and quality of the boards is concerned, my biggest argument for the Ocelot unit being considered a boss is it means that just by considering it a boss, there is no need to separate all bosses and glitchless. You do not, but just by having that definition, then you don't have to separate those two categories out. Oh, for God's sake. Because at the moment, so there are currently for Metal Gear Solid Delta 2 categories on the board. Well, there's three categories on the board, sorry. Any percent, any percent is very different. There's no issue with any percent at the moment. But the only difference between glitchless and all bosses is that in all bosses you are allowed to skip the Ocelot unit, and that is it at the moment. You never know, there may be another glitch that's found in the future that is usable. That would skip something in all bosses, and there is then a need to separate those two categories out at the moment. But at the moment, you have got two boards where it is a single trick separates two categories out, and it's a complete waste of time. Welcome back, Cosmic. So yes, the community does seem to be in agreement that those two categories should just be combined. It sucks for anyone who has already submitted an all bosses submission, because it basically means that any all bosses runs automatically have to get dissolved into any percent, because they're not legal for glitchless because you've used a glitch. They are legal for all bosses. They are legal for any percent. It's just they don't include the biggest any percent skip, which is which is lab skip. So yeah, the community's
follower.
Friendly cool guy, thank you very much for following the channel. Welcome. Why, hello there, General Kenobi. It is a masterpiece. I don't know if I've just realized I don't know if I've got enough health to continue. Oh, can't do that with the grenade on. Yeah, I'm on Snake. Yeah, I'm on Snake. There we go. Yeah, I might not be able to take I don't think I can take this shot from Wolf. Oh, cool. It's always good to know that there are people watching stuff on YouTube who then migrate over to Twitch. It's always good to know that that happens. Thank you. I don't know. It should be surely we're getting close to the 1,250 Twitch viewers. I can't see the number from here because it's really tiny on my display. But I think that's just like 1,230 something. Yeah, I get the feeling I die now. Yes. So this run's dead. 1236. Thank you, Cosmic. This run's dead. Another dead run because I.
What the hell are you doing?
This is the problem with things like Boba Skip taking multiple attempts. Things like weapon glitch taking multiple attempts. You then don't have enough health to do all of the things that you need to do. Weapon glitches also, you need to make sure that you're taking minimal damage. There's from your own grenade exploding, there's two types of damage you can take. If you're too close, you'll take like double damage. If you're just sort of on the outer radius, you'll take single damage. You want to make sure you take single damage. And this is the thing with extreme. This is the thing with any percent extreme on console is you cannot guarantee that you're going to have a clean run because there's RNG that's going to stop you. Particularly Boba Skip is very, very detrimental to the run. So when it comes to the marathon on Saturday, obviously I just have to play it how it comes. Hey, Paul. I just have to play it how it comes. And if it means I have to take a death so that I can say, yes, I can continue the run, I'm going to have to take a death, then so be it. The other option would be to try... and get another ration. Try and get another safety ration. The only option really for getting a safety ration in extreme, rations are only obtained in two ways in extreme. The first one you've just seen. The first one is by killing a guard. Guards will randomly drop rations when they are killed. The only other way of getting a ration is Otacon gives you one when he gives you the ketchup and the level 6 card. It's the only two places to get rations in extreme. So to get a safety ration, I'd need to find guards to kill. Now, usually we use the ration on the walkway. Oh, sorry. No, I was about to say no. I was about to say there are other places to get health. Health and rations aren't necessarily the same thing. There are other places to get to replenish your health. The torture is one of them. The repel is one of them, but we don't do the repel in any percent. Before Metal Gear Rex is one of them. Before Liquid is one of them. And before Escape is one of them. Hey, Blues. Right, everyone's jumping back in tonight. Welcome. So yeah, but we're specifically talking about rations. So the only way of me getting more rations is to kill more guards. Now, normally in an any percent run, we would use a ration on the walkway after the boba skip, because then it means it's used. You need to use it. You need to use it for the weapon glitch. And the advantage of using it, on the walkway means that as you load into Comms Tower B, where you're going to do the weapon glitch, you've already used it. So if for whatever reason it fails, you have to take a death. You don't have to keep reusing the ration over and over again. It's already in use. So that's why you'll always see me use it on the walkway. There are no guards in between the walkway and Wolf. So we can't get a ration. You can only carry one ration in Extreme. You can't carry multiple rations. You can only have one at a time. So I can't use that ration on the walkway and then get another ration. This is a speed run, yes. Well, it's supposed to be a speed run. I've not finished a run yet this evening, unfortunately. Yeah, no, not yet. That's accurate. So I can't get another ration after I've used my one ration on the walkway. So the only thing we could do is use a ration before then. So sort of preempt having a ration and having
not
full
yet,
health.
Snake. It's not over yet.
It's not over yet. It's not even. It's barely even started yet. I'm an expert. I wish I was an expert. The only other thing we could do is preemptively use that ration well before boba skip, so that we just kind of have the health and we chip it down, and grab another ration on the way. Thinking about where guards are, there's only a few opportunities. We could try and get one. We could try and get one from the armory. We could try and get one in here on the way back.
What was that
Oh, there we go, spotted again. Should be okay here. Still on Big Boss. Still on Big Boss rank. So yeah, we could try and get one in the tank hangar on the way back, because there are some guards around. You kind of have to go out of your way to find them. I'd say we could try and get one in the armory. There are plenty of guards that we have to go past. Whoops, got that wrong. There are plenty of guards that we have to go past. I'm not in. 2, 3, 6, 2, Johnny never drops one, but we wouldn't be able to use it at that point anyway. The only thing is we've got to use. Most people prefer. I actually prefer Twin Snakes as a speed run, but as a game overall, MGS1's better. MGS1's a better game. I do think Twin Snakes is the better speed run, although I've kind of had my fill of Twin Snakes. The only other problem that we've got is that we can't. There's not really much point in using the ration until we start getting level ups. Because we certainly wouldn't be able to... The armory's no good, actually. The armory and the tank hangar are no good because we won't have gotten a rank up by that point. So the ration doesn't do anything. Grabbing one in the... In that case, the only place really to grab it is B1... Nuke building B1 or nuke building first floor or nuke building B1. It's still not optimal because we haven't had the rank up from Psycho Mantis, but there aren't any guards after Psycho Mantis to get a rank up from, to get a ration from. So really, our only options are the B1, B1 nuke building or first floor nuke building. B1, you'd have to go out of your way a little bit. You'd have to like just sort of work out a way of killing the guard that's running around. You could run into the bathroom, but when you go and grab the Nikita, you'd want to kill that guard. I'm not sure exactly how. I think you just grab the Nikita and just wait for him to walk past the door and then run and grab him. So that is doable. The first floor nuke building's not a problem, actually. We already have to flip a guard, so we just choke that guard out instead. I say the only problem is you're not really getting much benefit from that ration because you've only done one rank up by that point. Well, I see you've done one rank up. Technically, you've done two rank ups because when you take the rank up, from the tank in the snowfield, you're actually also getting the rank up for Ocelot. Because it's not like you beat the tank and it says, right, you beaten the tank, you get this much extra health. It's actually, you beaten the tank, your max health is now this. Doesn't matter what your max health was before, you are going to this. You are now going to this fixed point. It's not you're gaining max health, it's your max health is now this. So yeah, when you get the level up for for the snowfield for the tank, you are also re-getting the health that you would have gotten for Ocelot. Similarly, when you get the rank up for Psycho Mantis, you are also getting the health you would have got from the ninja. And then finally, when you get the rank up from Raven, from actually fighting a boss, fighting Raven, you get the rank up health from Sniper Wolf 1, Behind D, Sniper Wolf 2, and Raven. And then after that, after that, the next boss is Metal Gear Rex and there's no more ranking up. Oh, my stomach. Oh. So yeah, this is the only thing. We are not, like, if we do get that spare ration, because as I say, you can only carry one ration at a time. So if we're going to grab a spare ration from the nuke building B first floor guard, we have to use the ration we already have in order to pick it up. So I'm going to give it a try, because it would be a nice sort of. Oh, I've already done that bit, haven't I? I'm not. I have no idea where I'm going.
Oh, jeez, he's coming back.
See you later. Wait. There's a slight time loss because I had to run over to Otacon and I had to run over to Otacon. So the cutscene would trigger. In Twin Snakes, it doesn't matter where you are in the room. The cutscene just automatically triggers. So yeah, I'm going to try it. I'm going to try and choke that guard out. See if I can get an extra ration, and we'll see what it does. If anything, it'll be useful to see. It'll be useful to see how much health we actually get back from it. No, Johnny never drops one. Because there's not really any point in Johnny dropping one, because right now, because Torture's finished, we're already at full health, and Ottocon's given us a ration, so if Johnny dropped a ration, we wouldn't be able to pick it up anyway. We wouldn't be able to use the one we've got because we're at full health, and we wouldn't be able to pick up Johnny's. That's why getting a ration here in... Oof, I thought I might have been a bit too close to that laser. Getting a ration here in the armory is also useless because, again, we're already at full health and we already have a ration, so we can't use them. It's only extreme. It's only extreme where this is a problem. On, nice fast elevator. On hard and below, you can carry multiple rations, so it doesn't matter. Hey, gold split. So what we want to see is when I get the level up, when I get the rank up for here, because this is how much health this ration's gonna fill. Is this even big enough to be worth it? Because it is a waste. It is a waste of a ration. If this doesn't, that's barely anything. Look at the difference there. Barely anything that this spare ration's going to give us. It is something, but I don't think it's... I think if you do this, you lose big boss rank. Because I think you will still need another ration later. But I'm gonna try it because it'd be useful to see for a... It'd be useful to see for a safety strap fur. Of course, this only works if this guy drops a ration, and he does. Oh, so now we use this ration and replace it with this new one. Like I said, I'm pretty sure now I can't big boss, because I'm pretty sure I'm still going to need to use another ration. So there is a guard in here. This would be the other guard. This would be the other optimal guard. Eventually, he walks past that door. So you just walk into there, grab the Nikita and the ammo, and then just wait for him to walk past the door, step out, and yeah, I'm almost certain. Don't you? I didn't know that. So the grenade will only ever take you to 0. It won't take you to beyond. So then as soon as you hit 0, the ration puts you back up to the maximum the ration would do. That's very useful. Oh, wrong way. So as I said earlier, I'd been using the ration on the walkway just so that it was used and I didn't have to worry about it. Which way is this way? This way. I'm surprised for Oops All Metal Gear there is no ground zeros. Really surprised that there's no ground zeros. I don't know if that's because ground zeros was overlooked or whether ground zeros isn't allowed to be run. No, ground zeros has been run at GDQ main event. Joseph Joestar ran ground zeros. Oh, Well, now I definitely need that other ration. I should know I was Joe's backup for that run. If for any reason Joe couldn't do the run, I was going to do that run from home instead. Please don't shoot me. Oh, I had to use that pretty early. It were, I believe, if I remember correctly, it was GDQ 2023. Oh, that was enough to kill me. Oh. Well, Moby Skip failed, and I also threw the grenade wrong. So, yeah. It was either SGDQ 2022 or AGDQ 2023. Of that, I am 100% certain. Oh, I've done it again. And I am 90% sure it was AGDQ 2023. The only reason I know that is because I was at SGDQ 2023, and I know that I got Ground Zeroes on backup before I got Twin Snakes into GDQ. Because I've been on the back. I think I forgot to change the ration again. I've been on the backup list for mainline GDQ twice. It's either twice or 3 times I've been on backup. First time was, oh my god. I'm just overthinking it. Just gonna take a death and do it again. I don't think I watched that run live. Yeah, I was on backup for as a GDQ 2023 with Ground Zeroes. I was in SGDQ 2023 with Twin Snakes. I think I was on backup. There we go. I think I was on backup not for AGDQ 2024, but SGDQ 2024. I was on backup with MGS3 or Keratons. Oh, I threw that way too early. I'm tired. I'm not thinking. He's going to shoot me, isn't he? Oh, no, he's not. He's going to be nice. Thank you. The new show's going really well. I'm really enjoying it so far. And the two episodes have been fantastic. Particularly the one that we did on Friday night, Saturday morning, just gone. We had Recult running A2 Racer 2, which was a bit of a laugh. It was a bit silly. But yeah, it was a fun little game, a bit silly. To be fair, it wasn't a very good game, but it was silly, and that's the most important part. But Blastermax's run of Horizon Zero Dawn was just phenomenal. It was fantastic. He PB'd, and it was such a good run. Very, very good game. Mr. Blobby was amazing. The other advantage of using that ration early is we now have a spare ration I now have a spare ration throughout this whole section. And beyond. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, because I still need to take damage from Wolf, and I'm pretty sure I'd still need this ration to do it. If I got shot by Wolf right now, I think I'd be dead. The first episode was Mr. Blobby, Robocop, and Croc 2. Again, 3 very, very good runs. Mr. Blobby was just hilarious because we were just chatting about Mr. Blobby, and Mr. Blobby is just a very fun, silly topic. So I don't. To be fair, I'm not looking at chat that much during the runs. Have a good evening, Tom. Have a better evening than I'm having with these runs. Robocop was interesting. It was cool. The history of the game was really interesting about the guy who developed it, and the fact that his name appears on screen at all times. It was a bit weird. It was a good solid run. All 3 of them came in massively underestimate as well. I handed over like 10 minutes early, which was really dumb. But yeah, as I say, Horizon Forbidden West. There you go. I've used the ration now. I was right. I would get shot. Picked up this extra ration for all of this, like, extra safety. I just completely wasted it. But damn it, I'm going to finish a run tonight. So my next thing I need to do is start planning the next episodes, which isn't until Thursday, the 6th of November. We've got a bit of a break now because of various other events that are going on. Technically, my next episode is actually supposed to be this Thursday. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to get shot here because of because I left that room. Oh, I'm okay. Luckily, getting shot there doesn't actually hurt you. That you don't take damage from that shot. It's just a time loss if you don't get the lean. Yeah, it should be this Thursday/Friday because it's been pulled forwards a week due to Games on Quick Express the following weekend. But I'm not available because I'm at an event at work. So they very, very nicely have got Church. Church is doing a special event. I think they've got someone running Alien Isolation instead, which is pretty cool. So yeah, my next episode is Thursday, the 6th of November. It's still Thursday rather than a Friday because that weekend there is because the following weekend the previous weekend when my episode would normally be on, it's GDQ. So my episode has been moved to the following Thursday instead. Thursdays are normally empty. For Hotfix, Hotfix has no scheduled episodes on a Thursday, and that is specifically so that partly so that everyone gets a break on a Thursday, but it also means if there's any events on over the weekend that push the Friday episodes off schedule, they get to move to a different Thursday. They don't get moved to the same Thursday, so it's not like they don't run 24 hours early, because that Thursday is used for setup for the event that's on. So yeah, my episode's then been moved to the following Thursday. That's why it's that late. At the moment, I am in discussions with a couple of different groups for some location ideas, but we haven't got anything nailed down yet. I really need to get onto that. Because then I'm pretty sure then my next episode is only a week later after that. So I'm pretty sure I've got an episode on that Thursday, and then the Friday next week is my next episode, because it's been pushed, because one of my episodes has been pushed back a week. It's all very funky and up in the air. So I will say to all of my viewers, as I always do when I talk about fast travel, if you are someone who is specifically outside of the US, we are targeting people outside the US, and you speedrun a video game not necessarily developed in your home country, but developed in sort of your home region. So it doesn't have to be your own country. So far, both episodes we've done have specifically been people's own country. But it doesn't have to be. So, for example, I do have a backup. I do have a backup run ready. So if for any reason, sort of at the last minute, I have a runner who says, "Oh, I'm really sorry, something's come up, I can't do this," I'm going to try still get this guard's ration. Nope. Okay, I've got the health, so I should be fine. Yeah. So if at any point someone says, "Oh, I'm really sorry, I can't run now. Something's come up last minute, and I'm gonna have to pull out," then I have my own run in mind to do for it. As long as it's a European themed episode, it works. Which is Unmetal. Unmetal is a Spanish game, so I make it a European themed episode. I should concentrate on this for a second. Oh. This is why I like having the extra ration. But I normally should only get shot once. I'm not surprised I'm going to now screw this up as well, because this entire evening has been a complete screw up. I'm shattered. I definitely should try and stream on Friday. I definitely need more practice at this run before the weekend. So it'll probably be alright. Okay, I didn't throw the first guy for some reason, but it worked out in the end, so that'll do. And I didn't take any damage that time. It's got to be so fast, that fight. It is. So yeah, as I say, that's my intention. My intention is to run Unmetal if I ever need one. Because I don't actually speedrun that many British games. I could crack out Vice City, because Vice City, all the Grand Theft Auto series is developed in the UK. I think that's the only one. I can't remember. Castle of Illusion was developed in Japan, because it was just developed in-house by Sega. I think Flashback's American. Obviously, almost every Metal Gear is Japanese. You could make an argument for some of them. Like the Master Collection was developed by Bluepoint, so you could argue that Bluepoint. Oh yeah, Wacky Races is the one British game that I do speedrun. In fact, I lived in the town that it was developed in when it was developed. Sheffield. It was developed in Sheffield, and I was living in Sheffield when it was developed. So yes, sorry, Wacky Races, but Wacky Races just isn't. It's not what I'd want to do for GDQ. I have been talking to some. I'll admit, of the two groups that I'm currently talking to, France is one of those groups. Because Claire Obscura, Expedition 33, is French. So I have reached out to that community. I'm planning on reaching out to the Prince of Persia community as well, because Prince of Persia is all developed by Ubisoft Montreal. So they're all French. So yeah, I have had one Claire Obscura runner approach me after I reached out to them. Oh yeah, Montreal's Canadian. I know Lost. Yeah, why did I think Montreal was French? I know there's a different. It's a different division of Ubisoft. I'm thinking of. I know that Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, which is the latest, if you don't include the Rogue Prince of Persia, Lost Crown was developed in France by. It's not Ubisoft Montpellier, is it? Prince of Persia games are. I think there's an argument. There's certainly an argument that you can say Prince of Persia is French. But I was recommended by others that Lost Crown would be good for a French episode. Yeah, this is why this is where things start to get a bit tricky, and this is why I'm trying to broaden out a little bit and say, you know, it doesn't have to be your home country. It's like, if it is, it's ideal. Yeah, the last episode that we just had with the Netherlands was perfect. It was so good, because the two games that were being played were absolutely representative of Netherlands, and it was great. You know, I said that my backup is that I'll be an English runner running a Spanish game because I run Unmetal. Unfortunately, I would reach out to some Spanish speedrunners to run Unmetal instead, but nobody runs Unmetal. Me, Bracon, and Metal Glen Solid are the only three people who've really, in any serious capacity, run Unmetal. A few people run Unmetal when it first came out. Oh, I got spotted by that guard right at the end there. I did get a gold split. That's because usually I go for a stinger there. I've got plenty of health, so I'm not too worried. No matter what happens here, I am going to attempt to finish this run. Hey, there we go. It's Pazzo! I didn't know Pazzo ran Expedition 33. I might have a chat with Pazzo. Because Pazzo is very much French. Oh, excuse me. I'm definitely going to check that out if that is the case. No rat here. I've only got 6 alerts, so we're definitely on the rat. He's over here. I can see him. The most interesting one is when I finally get to get Metal Gear on it. I am intending to. I'm not going to attempt to get Metal Gear on it for my first season. I want to be a bit more comfortable with everything before I run Metal Gear, because of course, if we're running Metal Gear on fast travel, I want it to be run by Japanese runners. I know of some Japanese Metal Gear runners who do speak English. So I will be reaching out to them. At the same time, when I reach out to them, I will probably reach out to both the Silent Hill and Resident Evil. I'm right thinking Resident Evil is Japanese as well. Yeah, of course it is, because it's called Biohazard in Japan, isn't it? So yeah, I'll probably reach out to the Metal Gear. Silent Hill, and Resident Evil Japanese communities to see if anyone, because Japan's got the flip. Japan might actually be easier. The whole thing with fast travel is very specifically the reason why I submitted to have fast travel was because the early Friday slot was available, and that's the only reason I went for it. If that early Friday slot had not been one of the available time slots, I would not have submitted to have fast travel be a thing. But it is the most European friendly time slot that Hotfix has available. Hotfix is always 7 p.m. and 10 p.m. Those are the 2 time slots. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. And when I say 7 p.m. and 10 p.m., I mean EST, US time. So for Europe, those 2 time slots are, well, for the UK, those 2 time slots are midnight and 3 a.m. Of course, for a lot of Eastern Europe, so France, Netherlands, the folks the folks that we're already talking about, because most of Europe is 1 hour ahead of the UK. I think it's only Portugal that isn't. I think Portugal is on the same time zone as the UK. Oh, and the Canary Islands are. Yeah, I was thinking, is it Canary Islands or is that what's in the Channel? No, they're the Channel Islands. Channel Islands are part of the UK, so they're there anyway. The Canary Islands. Oh yeah. I suppose they're islands on the same time as the UK because they're not actually in the UK. So yes, fair point. So yeah, I think Ireland and Portugal are the only 2 other full-on countries. Say Canary. Well, no, because Gran Canaria is its own country. No, Gran Canaria is part of Spain. I don't know. I don't. It's not important. So yeah, for most of certainly Eastern Europe, those time slots are actually. Let's check this time. Those time slots are actually 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. So that's why I was so determined when that early Friday slot came up. That's when I was gonna submit, because 1 a.m. on a Friday, or midnight for me on a Friday, finishing at 3 a.m., finishing at 4 a.m. At the very least, you're then going into the weekend. So the average in a lot of cases, I won't say for everyone, because a lot of people do work over the weekend. Depends what job you've got. But for a lot of people who won't be working on Saturday, they can have a lie-in. They can deal with the fact that they've not gone to bed until 4 a.m. So it's not too bad. And as speedrunners, a lot of us are used to being up at all hours anyway. I work with so many speedrun marathons that aren't in Europe. I'm so used to being up till 1, 2 a.m. in the morning anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. Let's say at least we're going into Saturday, so there is a bit of chance for recovery. But Japan is on the flip side. They're actually, for them to do a speedrun, it's probably easier for them to be on the show because they're just waking up a little earlier. You know, I think for them it's 8 a.m. I could be wrong, but I think it's 8 a.m. They'd be doing a run for fast travel. So I don't actually think it's going to be that difficult to find some Japanese speedrunners who runs 9 hours ahead of UTC. So 9. Oh wait, UTC. We're on BST in the UK at the moment. Not UTC. We're on UTC +1. So yes, 8 a.m. $14 hours ahead of Eastern US. That would no, because now that suggests 9 a.m. It's either 8 or 9 in the morning on a Saturday, which, assuming they don't have work or school, shouldn't be a problem. Really. So yeah, the time zone issue isn't really a problem for Japanese, and so it doesn't have to be Japanese. It could be Chinese runners. It could be Taiwanese, whatever. Eastern Asia is where I will target for things like Metal Gear, Silent Hill, Resident Evil. The only issue with doing those games and doing those regions is GDQ is and always will be an English speaking stream, so those runners do have to converse in English. That's the only real barriers, and the time zone isn't really an issue as long as we can find runners who don't mind running at that early in the morning, so I don't think will be a problem. But yes, that is. I'm kind of hoping if I do get renewed for a second season, that would be a really good opener, I think. Because the advantage of doing something like that as an opener is I can reach out to multiple different Japanese-based games and communities and find the ones I want to use for the opener. And then anyone who doesn't get in, I can then say, right, you didn't get in and your game didn't get in this time round. Do you want to do it? Let's go back to Japan in 4 or 5 episodes time and do it again. And then I've gotten in. See, I don't know about China. China's a bit tricky when it comes to video games. Japan's obviously easy. There's loads of Japanese runners. Japan has an absolutely thriving speedrunning community. And there's plenty of fantastic Japanese video games. China's a bit trickier because obviously the politics of China are quite awkward. China video game consoles have been banned in China for the longest time. But obviously, Eastern Asia is not just Japan and China. You've also, as I say, you've got Taiwan, you've got Thailand, you've got Australia and New Zealand. I definitely want to reach out to them as well, because again, they'd be in the exact same position. They're just getting up a bit earlier. Is Australia and New Zealand on the same time zone as Japan, or are they? Or are they slight? I get the from bad memory. If my memory serves me badly, I want to say that Australia and New Zealand are then 1 hour further away than Japan and China. There you go. So for Australia and New Zealand, it's actually going to be even easier. Yeah, because Australia is so big. Yeah, so for certainly for New Zealand, but New Zealand and Australia are in the same boat, if not easier, because it's going to be, you know, sort of midday in Australia by the time they're doing a run. Right, that should be it. Nope, not quite. Still no. Hate this one. So of course the next question therefore is, because absolutely if we've got Australian and runners from New Zealand, what's the official people from Australia are called Australians. People from New Zealand, I can think of a word that you use to describe people from New Zealand, but I don't know if it's politically correct to say it. I actually don't know what the official term for people from New Zealand is, because it's not, or is it it's not New Zealanders. I'm going to look that up. Oh, that's a stun grenade, not a chaff grenade. That's the word I was thinking of, but I didn't know, as I say, I didn't know if that's politically correct or not. Which is why I didn't want to say it. Yeah, if we are going to Australasia, I definitely want the games to be from. As I don't mind an Australian running a game from New Zealand. I don't mind New Zealand. Okay, I don't mind New Zealanders running Australian games. It doesn't for that doesn't matter. As I said, we're going kind of for the region that you're in. But I definitely want them running games from that, because there's got to be loads of really fantastic games out of Australia and New Zealand. I'm gonna have a look. Let's have a look and find some really good games. Do need to reach out to my Canadian friends and do a Canadian episode. It's a bit cheeky, because it's still Northern America. Oh, Hollow Knight, of course. Team Cherry. I definitely wouldn't want to do that yet. Well, Hollow Knight would be fine. So I have absolutely no doubt that Silksong will be at AGDQ 2026. I would if I was a betting man, and I have been known to bet at times. I bet on the Grand National every year, but if I was a properly betting man, I could find someone to make an actual monetary bet with. I would put money on the fact that both Silksong and Metal Gear Solid Delta will be in AGDQ 2026, sorry. I made that mistake in my thread the other day. Yeah. I certainly wouldn't want to have Silksong on the channel until after it's been on the main stage. Silksong should not be debuting on Hotfix. Silksong should be debuting on the main stage, which kind of makes it a little bit of a shame that Delta's not going to debut on the main stage. Delta's now going to debut in this Oops All Metal Gear event this weekend. But on the flip side, Delta is just a remake of an existing game. It's not going to be. It's not like, it's not actually like spoiling anything for anyone. It's not a major issue. Because Hotfix does actually have, I won't go into details, but Hotfix does have some rules about like what games you can and can't have on depending on when they came out. It's actually something that they've just kind of tried to reiterate a bit better and actually give some proper rules behind it to sort of help us determine it. It's like basically depending on, you know, does the game's story matter in the speed run, or, you know, is it a remake or something like that? Depends on how soon after the game's release can it be on Hotfix, because you don't want a brand new game that's just come out being on Hotfix, because a lot of people won't watch it because they don't want it spoiled. So Silksong, I don't think I shouldn't be doing Silksong until it's been on the main stage. Metal Gear Solid Delta being this weekend isn't a problem because it's just a remake of a game that already exists and everyone knows. Obviously, whilst Silksong, obviously, I'd be a bit on the fence at the moment about having Silksong. The original Hollow Knight is absolutely fine to showcase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, helps if I start leaning. I thought I'd give Rex that one for free. There you go, Rex. You get a free hit on me because you're only going to get one more free hit. You just get one more free hit. We deliberately take damage at the start of the second phase just to get into position. Yeah, I'm gonna start looking for an Australian or New Zealand Hollow Knight runner to feature. I gotta say, I am. That was pretty much spot on for phase 2. I need to go back and adjust my splits, my best segment for phase 2 there, because there's no way I could have done that 12 seconds faster. That was spot on. That's the best thing I've done all night. That phase 2 of Rex there. Man, I like how during this whole section the IGT timer is just all over the place. So many loads, so the IGT just is not fluid at all. Just looks like the timer's spazzing out. Anyway, I was about to say, during that, I have thought a couple of times about whether maybe I'd consider speedrunning Silksong. I've finished Act 2 of Silksong, so I've gotten the first ending, and I don't think I couldn't speedrun beyond Act 2. I already know that for a fact, but it wasn't as difficult as I thought it was going to be, and I really enjoyed it. Right, anyway, concentrate. Oh. Ah, that's hilarious. To be fair, this isn't a bad thing. This just gives me a good opportunity to just practice this fight. Okay, that was much better. I mean, I lost it halfway through, but luckily because he was facing away from me, it was easy enough to get back into it.
Hurry!
There you go, folks. It took me all night, but I have actually finished a run. Now, thankfully, my estimate for Saturday... because my estimate is based on my current PB on speedrun.com, and I always add 10 minutes on to account for mistakes and stuff like that, my estimate is 1 hour and 15 minutes. So even this run would have been acceptable. But that's also because, as we've already talked about, you never know what's going to happen in this run. Like, you could just have the Boba Skip fail over and over and over again. So, you know, the estimate has to be that long to allow for those kind of mistakes. And that kind of eventuality. Obviously, it also includes chatting beforehand and chatting afterwards and stuff like that. That's a good question. You raised a very good point there, Sanjay. Yeah, I got one too few shots on that guard on the left.
Not yet, Snake. It's not over yet.
Liquid. I wonder what games are going to be on the on GDQ's second submission list. Trying to think what games are due to come out soon. So AGDQ submission the AGDQ submission period is over. It ended on Sunday. If you're interested, I did a post on Blue Sky yesterday, I think it was, explaining that I have, for the first time in a very long time, I have not submitted to AGDQ. First time in a number of years that I have not submitted to a mainline GDQ event. I'll be honest, I did actually get to I went and had a quick look on Monday morning to see exactly what time the deadline was, to see shall I just quickly throw something in, and the deadline had already passed, so I didn't. That's not because I completely forgot or anything like that. It was just I hadn't planned on doing anything, and then just at that time when I had a little bit of time, I thought, well, maybe I could if the submission's still open or not. So. Long story short, I'm very, very busy at the moment. As people know, I've been very, very busy with various different events and stuff like that. Plus, I'm already on Games Done Quick's channel every 2 weeks at the moment. I don't need to be on AGDQ at the moment. It's not going to bother me. Certainly when online-only events come up, I will definitely be on there submitting. Yeah, like Disaster Relief Done Quick last year. You know, I submitted and I was in it because I can run from home. The chances of getting in as a remote runner are extraordinarily slim. So it's kind of gotten to the point with it where I don't even see, unless I have something that I know is super special. And this is also why I think it's probably a bit more valid. You probably got more chance as a remote runner getting in on the second submissions, because the second submissions is there for like But if you don't, if people don't know, but I should probably explain what second submission phase is. If people don't know what the second submission phase is, we've got a huge on credit sequence to go through now to actually validify this run. Not that this is a PB, so it doesn't actually matter. Right, let me pause the not pause, mute the music because copyright strikes. And we might as well flip on over. So we are done for today's stream, but we'll at least see the end screen. So you do actually get to see the end screen of a Metal Gear Solid 1 today. So yeah, the second submission phase of any GDQ happens after the games list comes out. I can't remember if it comes out after the games list comes out or after the schedule comes out, because the schedule comes out in 2 phases. For GDQ, they release the games list, so these are all of the people and all of the games that have got in, and then later on they release the schedule. So this is how when they're all actually being run. So I can't remember if the second phase. I'm pretty sure the second phase comes out after the schedule. I'm pretty sure they create the schedule and then they slot in those runs later. I can't remember exactly. The second submission phase is a submission phase afterwards, where people are allowed to submit speedruns for games that have come out between a certain period of time. So basically, it's for any games that have come out since the initial submission phase ended and since the schedule was released. So games that fit that slot. I think it's probably a little bit before submissions, because obviously, yeah, the submission deadline was this Sunday. If there was a game that only came out last week, then you're probably not going to have that ready for submission. So yeah, there's a little bit before. It's probably not far off when submissions opened. So, from the time submissions opened to the time the schedule was released, if there is a game that was released during that time slot, you can submit it. You can submit a speedrun for it during the second submission phase. And I do believe, actually, in some cases, that second submission phase, the runs that have been taken from it have been remote, because that late in the process, you can't necessarily guarantee that you're going to be available and you can go. Like, if certainly if I was submitting the second phase, there's no way I would have been able to prepare myself to go to GDQ, because I wouldn't have gone on a whim. I might get in on the second submission phase, so I'll buy a ticket and go, and then if I do get in, then I get a bit brief. I don't know. So I think if I had a really, really strong contender for the second submission phase, that's probably my best bet. Either that, again, I'd need a really strong contender for the first phase. The problem is that in most of the games that I'd be looking at running, there's always going to be someone. It's like I didn't want to submit Delta because I checked the list. 5 runners have submitted Delta. They're all competing against each other to be the Delta runner for this GDQ. There was absolutely no point in me submitting, because I haven't run European Extreme, so they're not going to take what I've got. But most importantly, I'm not going to be able to do it live, and they're not going to take a live runner. They're not going to take an online runner over a live runner, and I know this to be true because when I got Twin Snakes in and was there live, someone with a better time than me submitted and didn't get in because they wanted to do it remotely. They will always take a live runner over a remote runner. There might be very special circumstances where they don't, but more often than not, they will take a live runner over an online runner. So to get in as an online runner, I guess you kind of have to have something really special that no one else has submitted. I don't know. I'd actually have to have a look at what remote submissions have got in the last couple of years and get an idea of, here, Nick, this is what the kind of thing you should be submitting. I have got in on backup as a remote runner. Ground Zeroes and MGS3 have both gotten in on backup. as a remote runner. So I've at least gotten there. And you never know. I might keep submitting again in the future, get on the backup list, and one day I might get called up. But going back to the original question, now that you know what the second submission phase is, what games are going to be valid for the second submission phase? What games have come out in the last? Certainly, what games have come out in the last 2 or 3 weeks? Like Borderlands 4. I think Borderlands 4 would be eligible for it. I don't know about Silksong's been out for a little while now. So I don't know if Silksong. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I can go look at. Tell you what, I'm going to go and have a look at the. I'm going to go and have a look at the submission list right now and see if Silksong's on it. I'm pretty sure it will be. AGDQ. AGDQ submissions. Let's have a look. Awesome Games on Quick 2026 submissions are closed. Can I have a look at them, please? And we are going to search for Silk Song 2. There are 2 submissions for Silk Song, both any percent, no major glitches, both with an estimate of 1 hour and 10 seconds. And it is the first 2 acts. Both of these submissions, this is the run I would consider learning. The only thing you don't get to see with submissions is whether people have submitted as a remote runner. Oh, I forgot to skip that cutscene. Is whether people have submitted as a remote runner or an in-person run. So yeah, Silk Song has already been submitted. I wonder if let me check if Borderlands 2, Borderlands the pre-sequel, Borderlands 2, Borderlands 4 has not been submitted. So I wonder if Borderlands 4 would be suitable. Oh, actually 3 people have submitted Borderlands 2, and it seems that they're all in a co-op run. Yeah, that'd be a 3-player Borderlands 2 co-op speedrun. That'd be awesome. That should get in. It's the other thing I'd really like to do with GDQ, because I think they will. They go 109.25. Not very good. I think they do let remote runners. I think they do let remote runners and online runners mix for races and stuff like that. Because I know there was a Sonic Adventure relay a couple of years ago. I think it was last year. I'm pretty sure Argic was on it, and I'm pretty sure Argic originally was going to go, but then something came up. I think that GDQ changed their policy on masks or something like that, and he decided, no, actually, I'm gonna pull out and I'm gonna only do it remotely. I can't remember. I might be making that up. I'm sure. I know somebody did that, and I'm sure it was for a Sonic relay. But yeah, I don't know if you could, for co-op and races, whether you can mix. They let you mix online runners and that's something I'd really like to do some more. I'd like to do races. I've never done a co-op speedrun. I'd love to do a co-op speedrun with someone and then submit it. My problem is everyone that I speedrun with are all Americans, so trying to find time for us to do it together is almost impossible. Yeah, I'm trying to. I just can't. I can't think of any other games that have come out lately. I'm not very good at keeping up to date with recent releases. I can have a look at. I suppose I can have a look at Steam. What's come out recently on Steam? Yeah, what's the big? Little Nightmares 3 is on the front page, but that's because it's releasing soon. New and trending. Final Fantasy Tactics. See more new releases. Dying Light the Beast. I suppose that's one. Skate. Skate's just come out. Abiotic Factor. Skate's just come out. It's had really bad reviews. Hades 2. Although Hades, I think Hades 2 might have already been on, because Hades 2's been in early access for ages, but Hades 2 has got 4 different submissions. On for a GDQ. So Hades 2 isn't. So I suppose Little Nightmares 3, because we're not just looking at games that have only just been released. We're looking at games that are about to release. Dying Light the Beast, maybe Sonic Racing Crossworlds. I suppose again I'll have a look and see, because that's only been out. That's been out a couple of weeks, but I think it was in some sort of beta first. Oh god, I've just put in Sonic, and oh my god, I'm going to be here forever, aren't I? Adventure, Sonic Chaos, Sonic Generation, Sonic Rivals, Sonic Rush, Sonic Colors, Sonic Unleashed, Sonic Colors, Sonic Frontiers, Sonic Generations 3DS, Sonic Lost World 3DS, Sonic Mania, Sonic Project 06, Sonic Project 06, Sonic R, Sonic Rider Zero Gravity, Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Yes, there is a Sonic Racing Crossworlds submission. That's probably going to get in, because there's always plenty of Sonic in there. Sonic Unleashed Recompiled in there. That's probably a good shout as well, because I did download Sonic Unleashed Recompiled, and yeah, I had a little bit of a play with it. Really impressive recompilation. Problem is, it's still Sonic Unleashed, and it's still shit. The revision, when that recompile came out, the revisionism on Sonic Unleashed I saw online. Oh yeah, it's just misunderstood. It's always been fantastic. No, it hasn't. Sonic Unleashed was shit. The Sonic Unleashed daytime levels are fine. They're good. They work the same way as Sonic Colors, and they work the same way as Sonic Generations, so they're pretty good. The Werehog levels are awful, because the Werehog combat is just terrible and generic. The flying sections to travel around are just boring auto shooters, and they're just terrible. But yeah, the amount of comments I saw online when that Unleashed Recompile project came out, I was like, oh yeah, you finally get to play, you can stop hating on Sonic Unleashed, because it is actually a really good game, and people just don't know it. It's like, no, people know that it's shit. About 20% of it was really good, and the other 80% of it's shite. So yeah, Little Night. Looking at this, I'm only looking at popular new releases on Steam, and yeah, all the games so far, the games that I've had, Silent Hill F. That really was only in the last couple of weeks, but again, I bet that's already been submitted. Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, Silent Hill F. There is already a submission for Silent Hill F. And of course, I can't remember if Silent Hill 2 remake has already been run at GDQ. I can't remember when it came. I don't think it came out for SGDQ. So yeah, the games that have already come out have already got submissions. Oh, Baby Steps was one that was there was a lot of hype around. Baby Steps got delayed because of Silksong. Basically, Silksong sort of finally gave its release date, and it wasn't that far away, and every other game around that was sort of releasing the same weekend went, nope, we're going to change our release day. We are not releasing the same weekend as Silksong. Skates. Skate's not on there. So I would think, I think Skate and Baby Steps are two that could possibly be on the second submission list. Does Steam have a upcoming releases section? Popular upcoming. Steel Knight's Arms, Pocket Boss, The Legacy, Curiosity. I suppose Curiosity's got a cat in it. That looks a bit shit. Ken, Matthias Curse, Blue Protocol, Star Resonance, Upsilon, Rise of Turner, Ukulele, Replayley. I don't think anyone's going to care about that. None of these look good. Liminal Point. The new James Bond's out soon. I don't know when. When's the new James Bond out? Oh, that's not until March. So James Bond will be in SGDQ 2026. There you go. Little Nightmares 3 is out the 9th of October. Oh, Little Nightmares 3 is out tomorrow. In fact, I'm pretty sure most of the games that I've said are either out today or tomorrow. And when I say tomorrow, I actually mean Friday, not Thursday. So yeah, Little Nightmares 3 is probably not a bad shout for a game that would do well in the in the second submission period. I don't want all upcoming. There's see more popular upcoming releases. Pixel Junk Eden 2. I didn't know they were doing that. Battlefield 6. Can you speedrun Battlefield? I don't think you can. You could. There's probably, if there's a story mode, you could. Oh my god, Age of Empires 2 Deluxe Edition's getting another expansion. What? That's amazing. There's just problem with trying to look at anything like this on Steam is there's just so much. Oh, Ninja Gaiden 4. There you go. That'll be in the second submission list. Ninja Gaiden 4 will probably be in there. Vampire the Masquerade, Bloodlines 2. That's probably a good shout. Not Power Wash Simulator 2. I mean, Power Wash Simulator has been in it. Plants vs. Zombies Replanted. The Plants vs. Zombies speedrun scene is weird. I don't get it. I don't get the speedrun obsession with Plants vs. Zombies. And I'm picking on PopCap here. And it's mean of me to pick on PopCap because I've just been invited to the PopCap speedrunning scene because I'm consulting for them for Speedrun UK. But I don't get it. I don't get the obsession with Plants vs. Zombies and Peggle speedruns. I just don't understand how they're interesting. I've watched a Peggle speedrun because so many events that I've worked on have had a Peggle speedrun in them. I've watched them and I don't understand how they're interesting or excited. I don't get it. Once Upon a Katamari is coming out. It's probably not probably a reasonably good shout. Yeah, I've kind of... What's this? Oh, Outer Worlds 2. There you go. Outer Worlds 2. I know Power Wash Simulator got like a big, it was either a 4-player or an 8-player co-op speedrun, like a recent event, and that went down really well. I need to tell Heidi about a game that's coming out. Simon the Sorcerer Origins is coming out now. Simon the Sorcerer is a really old point-and-click adventure game. Heidi's got the first two. And when I say really old, I mean like these were 1990s games. But yeah, Simon the Sorcerer Origins coming out. Heidi would definitely be interested in that. Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection's coming out. I imagine there'll be a few people who will, I know someone who will want to submit stuff from that. Happy if I can't imagine Happy Dude's watching right now, but Happy Dude will probably submit something from the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection because I know he's very excited for it. Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D remake. Again, I don't think remakes really I don't think remakes are probably good shouts for it. But anyway, we've had a brief look at a few ideas. Oh, Biped 2's out 5th of November. I really liked Biped 1. I don't think Heidi and I will have the opportunity to play Biped 2 together, but you never know. Yeah, I suppose there's a few. I don't know. I can't remember when the second. Oh, in fact, I was about to say I don't know when the second submission period is, but it's probably on the. It probably is on the GDQ website. They do tend to have a thing that tells you. GDQ doesn't say. Doesn't say on the current events list when the second. Oh, here we go. The new game submission period will be from November 3rd at 2 p.m. Eastern to November 10th, 11:59. So November 3rd to November 10th. Submissions allowing games released on or after the 1st of September. So actually, things like Silksong, I can only really think of Silksong Skate, all the games that we were talking about earlier. Yeah, they're all eligible. Delta is just not eligible because Delta's official release date was, I believe, the 28th of August. So actually, that does leave the floor open. But the thing is a lot of the games that from like Silksong and Silksong, Borderlands 4, and other things. Well, Silksong at the very least, and Sonic Crosswords has already got people submitting it. So I'm pretty sure the schedule is out before then. In fact, doesn't actually say. I don't think it says on here when the doesn't say on here when the submissions list will be. The full AGDQ 2026 schedule will be released on November 17th. Okay, the games list is released on November 3rd. Then from November 3rd to November 10th, it's the new game submission period, and then the schedule is released a week after that period ends. So that's the thing. There's not you probably find that even though Silksong is eligible for the new game submission period, Silksong will probably already be in the games list at that point. So there's probably not much point. Right now that I'm going through Steam, I'm on to the 11th of November, which the second games period is ended by then. So I think the best bets for the new game submissions period is probably going to be things like Outer Worlds 2, if there's been enough time for it. Power Wash Simulator 2, again, if there's been enough time for it. Little Nightmares 3 is probably a really good shout because it's only out this weekend. And Vampire the Masquerade. Oh, and Ninja Gaiden 4, that was the other one. Yeah. None of those games I'd be that interested in running. I mean, I have speedrun Little Nightmares, but I don't think I'd be that interested in in trying to learn. I ain't got time to learn a new speedrun. Anyway, it is now midnight, and as you can hear, my voice is going. I don't know why. I'm losing my voice, apparently. So I'm going to leave it there for tonight. Hopefully, I will be able to stream on Friday. There's no stream this Thursday, but hopefully I will be able to stream on Friday instead. But it depends if I get the decorating in the other room finished in time. So I hope to see you then. If not, you can catch me all weekend over on GDQ Hotfix. So yeah, have a great evening, everyone. And yeah, I'll see you when I next see you. Bye.